looks good on you. Tell me who knows you're on blue when every bruise looks good on you. You found out that nobody is perfect, and you doubt that anything is worth it. Look around, the world is a circus. You're on blue. So provoking, I forgot to mention. Are you joking? I need some attention, and nothing's working, so change your direction. You're on blue. Who knows you're on blue when every bruise looks good on you? Tell me who knows you're on blue when every bruise looks good on you. Why won't you hold my hand? Are you gonna deny this? Do the best you can. I haven't got a plan, but I'm gonna survive this. That's just who I am. When you're on blue, you keep everything inside of you. You try to play it cool. Sometimes you gotta break the rules. I don't know why you are confused. All you need is a little bit of attitude. Yeah. This is it. I'm tired of explaining. It's too late because everyone is waiting. That's great. So why are you complaining? You're on blue. If I'm unsure, will anybody notice? It's my fault because I love you on purpose. I'm insecure or just a little nervous. You're on blue. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Hey, hey, hey. Starting to enjoy the view. I'm all about the attitude. Knows you're on blue when every bruise looks good on you. Tell me who knows you're on blue when every bruise looks good on you. Freedom. Obsessions always jumping through. I'm so tangled, I'm so worthy. I'm just lost in my reflection. Pay attention, you never will. I will overanalyze and fall victim. But when I'm lowest, time to get to know myself. I'm still tangled, I'm not worried, 'cause I am caught up in this perfection. Pay attention, yeah, you never will. 'Cause you depend, so you always will. If you arrest yourself again, I wanna be free. Yeah, I wanna be free. Let's go. Yeah. Freedom. Yeah. Free. Yeah, yeah. Freedom. Yeah. Let's go. Yeah, 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 yeah. What's up, people? Oh, shnikes, do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Do you need anything like I need you? You know I do. Dude, I literally just woke up at 10:30 p.m. I've got no place to be alone, my friend. Cut his wrist instead. There's your answer. You better save yourself or else. Nothing like success. I would rather be in hell than regret. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh, do you need anything like I need you? You know I do. Let's go. Dude, what a day. A denial. These are not my words. Tell me where are mine most of the time. With reality and permit me to breathe before I do it again. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh, do you need anything like I need you? Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh, do you need anything like I need you? Bring out that guitar. Dude, how we doing? Oh, fuck, I am fucking rested. Now I'm gonna have trouble getting to sleep tomorrow. Oh, but I have a massage appointment. Well, let's go. Come on. Let's go! Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh, do you need anything like I need you? Come on! Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Do you need anything like I need you? Oh, dude, my throat is shredded, but it still sounds good. I like it. That's always one of the things I liked about like singing, and my style of singing is even when my throat is trashed,
it just still sounds good. It almost sounds better sometimes with the trash throat. Can I still play and remember my songs? So, I mean, there's some songs that I can still play, but most of the songs I probably could not sit down and play. I'd have to like listen to the record and try and figure it out. I mean, because unfortunately or fortunately, when I laid my guitar down in like, I don't know, it was like 2009, I think, when I quit. And so in 2009, when I quit, I just sort of like quit. Like I didn't even play after that. I transitioned, I went to film school and I transitioned right into like editing and doing sound design. So the only time I played any of those songs was after that documentary movie came out. I did a live show the night the movie was featured at like the art museum here in town with like a premiere. And then after that movie, I played a show at the Tiger Bar. And so that had been the first show I had played of the solo material since like 2006. So, and then I haven't really played hardly any since then, right? Like, yeah, it's pretty wild. So most of them, there are some that I know how to play, but most of them I'd have to go back and like relearn, you know, it's pretty wild. I don't know. I was just sort of done. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. You know, it's weird. It was, I mean, the thing I even, despite how good I was with music, I had a complicated relationship with it because I loved it. You know what I'm saying? And it absolutely like kept me sane and prevented me from going off the cliff with my drug and alcohol addiction. However, I think that was its primary role. Like once I got into therapy and once I actually got healed, I just did not need music anymore. It wasn't really like my first true love. It was a creative outlet that like saved me while I was a fucking addict and kept me going and gave me a tremendous amount of confidence. But it wasn't like my soul's like purpose, really. You know what I mean? Which is probably why, you know, it didn't, you know, blow up bigger than it did. Cause it you know, it was like a minor blow up, college radio blow up. And I mean, I was making a decent living when I was on tour for a touring person, but I could never quit my job. And I think that was part of the reason was it was just, you know, it wasn't quite the fucking, wasn't, you know, because you know what it was? And I've talked about this before, and let this resonate with you guys if you're choosing a discipline. So when you're choosing a discipline, every discipline or every dream, whatever you're chasing, has like a downside. There's like a negative to it. There's grunt work associated with it. And it's usually really frustrating and yet a core part of the necessity of the fucking, you know, the work, right? And you will do best in a discipline where that grunty work is shit that you revel in. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to like the grunty, shitty part of the thing. Like, for example, with music, I love being on stage. Making a record was, you know, I liked it, but I loved it less than being on stage. But I love being on stage. I love the performing and the sex that came afterwards and the fucking whatever, all the attention and shit. I loved that. And I loved the creative side of making flyers and booking tours and doing posters and like, you know, designing fucking websites and shit like that, right? But the one thing that I didn't love when it came to music was the songwriting process, right? The songwriting process was like frustrating and nerve-wracking and felt like a chore most of the time, and then demoing things before going into the studio. Like, I liked the performance aspect, but I didn't like the fucking hundreds and hundreds of hours you have to spend writing and refining songs. And I never felt fully secure about my songs. I would present them and go out and play them, but they always felt like, many times they felt unfinished. I always, right? And it's crazy because they are really well written, but like making those songs was like pulling fucking teeth with me. And it was just not pleasurable, a lot of the writing now. You know what I mean? Isn't that weird? And it always felt like the pressure of writing a better album like loomed over me, like, oh my God, like, oh, it's album writing time, you know? And that's the thing that's crazy, is because what's interesting is when I look at the people I know that like really went up the escalator, really went up the ladder, they were the ones where that was the part they fucking loved, right? Like the songwriters I knew who loved writing songs and just would labor at it for hundreds and hundreds of hours. They might not like the live show as much, and they didn't like going on tour, but man, they loved fucking writing songs, right? And so I think, you know, you got to find something where you love the grunt work, right? And that's what's really interesting now about the political stuff is like this is the first endeavor I've been in my life where I love the grunt work. You know, the grunt work is just fucking, you know, it's just editing in a dark room, but I love it. I love editing. It's awesome, dude. Oh shit. Dude, it's crazy. Many bands, freshman tracks, and more effort to lyrics and the sophomore efforts. Yeah, I mean, you bring in a producer usually for that sophomore effort and try to expand it, right? Try to expand your songwriting. But yeah, man, when I quit music though, I was just done. But I'm like that. You know what I mean? Being a political junkie is addictive. See, the thing about politics that's wild is I've always been kind of a political junkie. Like even when I was a kid, man, right? I used to like argue with my parents when I was like 10 years old about politics. And because we had this, they bought me one of the investments they did make in me when I was in like, I don't know, third grade or something. They bought a set of Collier's encyclopedias and they were mine. Okay. They gave me a whole set of encyclopedias, and Collier's did this thing in the 70s that was pretty amazing where they had a year in review. Every year they would send you this big fucking book that was like 500 pages. And it was filled with like all of the shit that happened in politics. Okay. It was crazy, right? It was so incredible. And so I was reading those from like age 7, because when I was younger, right, when I was in like second and third and fourth grade, I just read everything. I loved reading and I read everything, right? And so I used to read those year in reviews, and then I would like talk to my parents about that shit. And most of it, they were like, they had no idea what was going on, dude. But like, I don't know. I was very early obsessed with politics. And, you know, I don't know. It was just really interesting. Like seeing the small town and then moving to Los Angeles and seeing racism and seeing like people in government fighting and the shit on TV and, you know, the assassination attempt with Reagan. And you know what I'm saying? Like just like Jimmy Carter, how I really liked Jimmy Carter and how he got so like bulldozed by everybody. So I was just really always intrigued. And I think maybe it was because of that step family. Like I've told you before about how in my family, in the step family, there was a heavy political vibe in my family that I got exposed to very early on because, you know, I was the youngest kid, but because I was my dad's kid, I also had the most power, right? And so that may be what really spawned my fucking interest in politics, because maybe I felt a connection to it as a kid, because my household was very political. Okay. It was very political where, you know, I was the youngest kid, but I had the most power. So my, you know, senior in high school, older brothers went through me to get favors from my dad. Right. And it was like, that's kind of what politics is, where the people that have the access to power get people what they want with the power they have, you know? And maybe that's why I was drawn to it. But it was not something my fellow students were drawn to. And in fact, my interest in politics often made me a bit of a pariah in my class, right? Because I didn't relate well to kids my own age, but my teachers fucking love me. You know what I'm saying? And that really, again, that was all that was really important to me in school, because the teachers were the conduit to me getting straight A's. And my fellow students, I knew I was probably moving in 6 months anyway. And so, like, being, you know, having them on my side wasn't of real value to me. Dude, I was just a political kid from the get-go. Oh, shit. Let's go. Dude, isn't that funny? Dude, that was like my growing up. We moved so much. You know, became interested at age 12 watching Watergate. Yeah. No, let's go. That'll do it for you. That'll do it for you guys. Right? You know, let's go. That shit is amazing. I don't know. I really like politics, and I'm really happy. I was just talking to Jenny about this tonight, right? Because, you know, before I started playing Fortnite, like back in 2013 to like 2017, like I tried really hard to grow on Twitter as a political commentator. Now, I didn't know anything about YouTube yet, right? But I had a real admiration for David Simon, who you know, created The Wire, and for James Gunn. And I was always really in awe of like how unabashedly forward they were with their views, even when everyone was in their replies, like trashing them and shit. They didn't care. They would just tell people to fuck off. And I was really impressed by their sort of like wherewithal to argue politically like that. And I just didn't have that boldness yet. I mean, I was bold in many ways, but I had not found like my online boldness. And I tried. I remember sort of interacting with Matt Walsh way back when about like him, you know, talking about hitting his kids and shit. This was back in like 2013 when I was still making, you know, like PSAs and shit. And it was, it never got off the ground. You know what I'm saying? Like never, I don't know. I never grew or anything. And then, you know, I detoured into the film industry, and then I detoured into Fortnite. And then after I got like a little bit of fame, like my skin thickened considerably, right? Because it has to. You develop a sort of like, fuck this attitude after you deal with fame, because it's pretty nasty what you go through when you get a little bit of fame. Dude, it's so dirty. Like everybody is just so shitty. You cease to become human. You become like a cardboard cutout to people. Oh shit. Dude, wild. But now I'm like, I don't know. I'm so happy. I'm like so happy to be, you know, like, all right, this is cool. I'm curious where this is going to lead. Right. You know, because I mean, we're just getting started. We're in the very like tippy top beginning, right? Dude, we got a couple years coming up before even the big election. But what about today, bro? What about today? 𝗲𝗡. Yeah, see, nobody in Wisconsin said 𝗲𝗡, right? 𝗲𝗡 was more a Minnesota, Iowa thing, and maybe a Michigan. But in Wisconsin, you wouldn't really hear 𝗲𝗡. Right? That was not, I think you'd have to go maybe up north and shit, but in southern Wisconsin where I was, nobody said 𝗲𝗡, right? We noticeably say is when you say Wisconsin, right? We have a little conson We have a little thing on Wisconsin, not in Michigan. Nice. Yeah, that was, but dude, my family in Minnesota and Iowa, oh my God, Iowa were the worst. Worshers in Iowa, warsh. Oh, let's wash our clothes. Dude, I used to hate those accents, bro. Corn pone, dude. That's what I always called it. I was like, that is some corn pone. Dude, corn pone. But yeah, dude, Indiana, dude, can I just tell you, I'm really happy about Indiana. Okay, and look at what I posted earlier today, guys. Okay, because Indiana was personal for me, guys. So here's what Heritage Foundation fucking posted. Heritage Action, fucking douchebags, bro. Look at this shit. All right, I'm tired of this Trump shit. But it says President Trump has made it clear to Indiana leaders if the Indiana Senate fails to pass the map, all federal funding will be stripped from the state. Roads will not be paved. Guard bases will close. Major projects will stop. These are the stakes, and every no vote will be to blame. Dude, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Right? A sitting president threatening to leverage the federal government against a state for refusing to bow down to his fascist jerk-off desires. That is some bullshit, guys. It is a leveraged threat. Like, the Republican Congress should be, like, 25th Amendmenting this guy. This whore. Donald Trump is a whore, right? They should be 25th Amendmenting him and putting him in the fucking pasture, bro. Right? Like, what kind of shit is that? But then look what I said, dude, is this, guys. Okay? I saw this thing and I was fucking pissed, right? And I'm literally like, are we gonna fucking stand for this? This guy is a 2-bit hustler, right? He is a 2-bit hustler, wannabe mobster. Like, where's he gonna stop? You know what I'm saying? When does he stop? If he bullies you to change the maps, then the next thing he's like, I'm going to take away your funding if you don't do this. I'm going to take away your funding if you don't do that. It's like, you know what, Trump, fuck you. But so, guys, this was a little personal to me, okay? Because I can't tell you guys, like, Indiana was a cornerstone of my touring existence, okay? It was. I mean, I don't love the state, but I played Indianapolis on every tour. I played at a theater called the Emerson Theater that had a hot up-and-coming music scene. That guy who ran that place used to put me on the bills with like big national touring bands. I played with Love Drug, Action, like rooms of 300 people. I built a significant fan base in Indiana. And one of like my biggest fans, I actually went to her house and I played a fucking show in her garage for her and her friends because she was such a devoted fan. These were like, I don't know, 16-year-old emo kids that were like the lifeblood of a fucking burgeoning music scene 20 years ago. And there were some great people in Indiana, like really fucking heart-filled artistic people that were trapped in a state that was like kind of oppressive and kind of like overly biblical. And so like Indiana has always occupied a really special place to me of like how many great people there are in that state. And the fact that they're trying to bully it and take away all the blue, right? Take away everybody's voting rights if you're not like a crazy MAGA Christian was just so fucking shitty. And the people there are like, there's like a lot of heart. You know what I'm saying? There's like a lot of heart in Indiana, man. And you know, and it's fucking, I was so upset about this, dude. I was like, I even posted about this. I'm like, man, I hope these guys have some balls, dude. I was just like, I hope their leaders have balls. And it turns out they do. Dude. Oh, Lord. So, you know what's crazy about this though, dude? Is here's what's crazy about this, guys. Okay? Is there's a super majority in Indiana. Okay? A super majority, guys. They have more than 2/3 of that Senate is red. Okay? They are heavily gerrymandered in the state's fucking legislation. It's a super majority red. They threatened Trump. TPUSA was threatening Trump. And they fucking jacked him, bro. They jacked him 31-19. Dude, they absolutely jacked him. You have a lot of family in Indiana. They're just plain conservative Christian, unbelievably mean. See, there's that too, Gypsy. I'm talking about not that. Dude, there's a bunch of shitheads in Indiana too. A bunch of Christian pederasts who are abusive as fuck. Don't get me wrong. All right? We're not letting Indiana off the hook. But there's, with the big cities in Indiana, there's a significant portion of like blue in that state, right? But dude, they have a super majority in Indiana. They threatened him, we're going to take away your federal funding. And Indiana said, fuck you, Trump. Dude, oh, let's fucking go. Look at this though. Hey, Indiana, say it with me. We don't negotiate with terrorists. Dude, and this is it. This is what I'm talking about, boss. Is this kind of shit? This is terrorism right here. Dude, this is Trump terrorism. Fuck you, Trump. And dude, you ready though? It gets better, okay? Because today was just a huge loss for Trump, okay? Because number one, Indiana, oh, you're going to threaten us? Fuck you. We're voting down your fucking bullshit gerrymandered cheater map. Number two, oh, they tried to indict Letitia James again. Second indictment attempt. Failure, right? There will be no indictment, right? Their little retribution campaign against Letitia James. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Trumpy. Oh, no indictment. Oh, Tish James. Dude, is it the third? I don't know. I thought it was the second, but whatever. Dude, fucking major fail. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. But you ready though, guys? The best part is because right now, guys, I'm on an anti-Erica Kirk fucking adventure. All right. And if you're not, I think you're very lucky. But for me, dude, that woman and seeing her fake ass crocodile fucking tears and seeing her like constantly on the face of every fucking media outlet is just getting so annoying, dude. I am like so over her. So this is the best part. Okay. This is the best part because, dude, Kid's Cat, Tommy got that indictment. Excitement. Yes. Oh, but so yeah, I am definitely pro Erica fucking all the way off. But here's the great part, guys. The great part is her minions, okay, are flipping out. Okay, because remember, guys, all right, hold on. You ready? Here we go. Remember. Oh, that's right. I was reading about the Pizzagate conspiracy. We're all right, here we go. There we go. Let me get rid of that. What is that one? Oh, yeah, that's for later. Okay. So, dude, you got to remember, I don't know if you guys were aware of this, but TPUSA, since Charlie's been dead, they have slid into the Trump bullying machine. Okay, they have become much more active in like trying to pressure politicians. That's become their new like mission statement. Instantly, the minute Charlie died, they were in this. So you have TP Action, okay, Tyler Boyer's little thing, who blocked me earlier this week because they're cunts, right? So TP Action was spearheading this. Look at this. Turning Point Action is issuing a warning to Indiana State Senate. Any GOP legislator who stands in the way of passing this conservative redistricting plan will be up against a tidal wave of resources to replace them.
Turning Point Action is willing to throw more money and resources into these primary races. So much money and resources into this.
All right, but you ready? So here's what's great about this, guys. You ready? Here's what's great about this. Okay, is look at this. So Tyler Boyer was going off on this too. All right, where is it? Where he's all getting all braggy. Look at this. He says, Turning Point Action will publicly endorse opponents of the state senators who voted against redistricting today. They thought we were bluffing. No, we will educate voters, throw thousands of volunteers and staff at their local districts. But you ready, guys? So what? Like, right? They might win some of those races, but like, what's it going to do? That's the biggest waste of their money, right? I mean, you know, I guess it's Republicans and Republicans. They're trying to stack it with their little MAGA shitheads, but like, what do they think? Oh, they're going to flip enough to redistrict Indiana after that? But like, dude, if we take back the House, it's going to get a little more complicated. But they are like invested in this sort of Trump bullying thing now. But now if they put millions in Indiana fighting their own, right? Like, all right, fine. We're going to put our millions into flipping more fucking Republican districts. But let them spend. Yeah, let them spend. But I think it's interesting, though, guys, is because it is unveiling their plan. Because I think their new plan going forward is they're trying to rig the House. Okay? This is obviously what we're seeing with the Heritage Foundation and with TPUSA and even with this redistricting and even with trying to flip the Voter Rights Act, which would take away all those black legislative districts in the South. They want to disenfranchise all the people of color in every state possible because that, guys, is a big part of the Indiana voting base. If you look at the current Indiana map, like, let me just show you here, guys. All right. This is the same as the South. Okay. Is this, you ready? Is look right here. If we look at the Indiana maps. So here's the map they wanted. This is the redistricting. And you see this peel off, this little cyclone? Indianapolis and Gary. Okay. And what are these blue squares? They're black voters, guys. Okay. Indianapolis, I mean, there's white people in those spaces too, but Indiana has a very large black population in Indianapolis and in Gary. Okay. So a huge part of this map, in addition to removing the Democrats, is taking away the black voters. Okay. That's really, again, if you look at everything of TPUSA, everything of Donald Trump, everything of MAGA is about the power in the hands of the white Christian people. But these blue squares are filled with black people. Okay? Indianapolis has a large, huge population of black voters. And what they did with this crazy map is they took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 districts, peeled away all of Indianapolis in order to take away all the black voters. And then they did 3 districts up here where they shredded Gary. Okay. And yes, they are just rat fucked to shred away. And then there's a little play around Bloomington and shit like that. Dude, they want no black voters. Okay. And yes, the Voting Rights Act protects this. It says if you have a large concentration of black voters, they have to have some representation. Now, the Supreme Court, though, is maybe going to flip this Voting Rights Act thing. Maybe they're going to flip it and they're going to like exit out and cancel it and nullify it, which would mean then they could do this in every state down in the South, and all of like the House would be permanently in Republican control. because the thing about it is you can't really gerrymander the Senate, okay, because it's statewide, but you can gerrymander the shit out of the House. Like you can go into any state and make it all red or all blue. It's just, all you have to do is carve the map up with some fucking squiggles and you're good to go, man. You know? But that's ultimately what they're after. That is their goal, guys. That is their like major goal. Okay? They want to get rid of the black voters. Period. Because black voters are staunchly, reliably Democrat voters. Dude, this shit is wild, isn't it? Right? Each cycle are the Senate maps not good for the Dems. So yeah, so what that's about, Jen, what that is about with the Senate maps in the cycle is it's the number of blue winnable Senate seats versus the number of red seats. Okay? Because the Senates are on 6-year terms, but they're staggered. So there are Senate elections every 2 years. Every 2 years, the available seats up for re-election or election change. So it's like sometimes it's just really hard to take control of the Senate because all of the red states are coming up for election. So that's what that's about. It's not about the state maps themselves. It's about which states are coming up for election in that year. And so some years, right, why isn't it ever not good for the GOP? So I think it has been not good for the GOP in the past. It's just been a while because what has happened is since Obama, some of these states that used to be purple have gone solid red. Okay, that's sort of a reality that we have faced. Just found this channel a couple weeks ago. It's really good. Let's go, Ridge! Thank you, boss! We're going to give you a blown trumpy, too. I mean, there were a lot of states that used to be purple, right? There were a lot of states that used to be purple. Ohio, right? Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is still a little bit purple, but Ohio used to be purple. Like North Carolina used to be reliably purple. Florida used to be pretty purple. Some of those states, though, Ohio and Florida have done some consistent disenfranchisement. You know what I mean? Dude, you know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, Ohio was a solid swing state. That because there's a ton of fucking Democrat voters in Ohio. They just get jacked a lot, and it's the Senate's been rough. The Senate has been rough since Obama. It's just the racism component, okay? The racism component that has played out in some of these states since Obama has been rough to watch. It's been a return to the type of racism I used to see in the 70s in small town Wisconsin has reared its ugly head in a really unpleasant way, and it's really hit home in a couple of those states that have large, minority populations, particularly Ohio and Florida. Ohio has a very large black population, right? Florida has a very large black population and a large Hispanic population. But the Hispanic population in Florida are a lot of Catholics, so that's been a real vote divider, Your black friends live in 2 separate houses on the same property. They have different polling places. Dude, see, that's such bullshit. Dude, every Dem you voted for last year lost. Yeah, Dana, sorry about that. But, dude, fucking A, though. Indiana. Dude, let's hear it for Indiana. But look at these guys. Look at how stressed out these guys are, right? These guys, like TPUSA, they're all fucking, look at this, the traitors, right? Here's the first round of traitors that are up for 2026, right? Dude, you know what I'm saying? Oh shit, bro. I'll be honest. I will be honest, guys. You ready for this? I'm literally, I am not opposed. I will likely send some money to the fucking Republican guys that are fending off TPUSA's challenges in Indiana. I'm serious. I'm probably going to send each of those legislators like $10 just as a fucking honorary, like you didn't bow down before Trump. I'm going to fucking help them, you know, fucking fend off the TPUSA like MAGA shitters, because we see what they're doing now, right? They're trying to replace, you know what I'm saying? They're trying to replace these fucking, like, everybody who's not a fucking somebody with no scruples. I will remind you, dude, 100%. I'm going to go to every Indiana legislator that stood up to Trump, that is up for re-election. I'm fucking giving a small donation in kind to every one of them, dude. Dude, fuck it, man. I mean, it's respectable, because the thing is I get it that we have different politics, and some of those guys I probably staunchly disagree with, but at least we agreed on one thing, that we're not going to bend over for a fucking wannabe mobster, penny ante dictator, bullshit, bronzer, rapist, Epstein bestie freak. You know? Can we at least be united on that? You know? You know what I'm saying? Like, at least let's be united on caring about our fucking country and about a president who's going to fucking bully these people. But look at these guys. Dude, look at Tyler Boyer, the little rapist protector, who he says, I was around in Arizona when our state senators sold out to Obamacare. Guess what we did? Got rid of them all. They had millions of governor and hospital lobby support. We destroyed them. I am a professional at this. Goodbye. Right? Look at them. They're all like, he's all like, look at how big my dick is. He's putting his dick out on the table and being like, you see that dick? That's 3 inches. Look at that. That's 3 inches right there. Oh, yeah, don't mess around. My dick's bigger than Trump's dick. Dude, they are so, like, cringe is so great, dude. Dude, look at this. This guy said, being out of state, how can we help? Donate to TPUSA. I'm like, go get pegged and scream, TPUSA. Dude, that's how you help. Oh, shit. Dude, I'm like, dude, it is war with these guys. Bro, we're going to bring these guys down. Oh. Dude, PPUSA? Oh, my God. PPUSA, dude. Political Punk USA, dude. That's amazing. Dude counter, dude, the dude counter's going up. I say dude every other word. If you have a problem with the word dude, we won't get along. Dude. It's my favorite word, boss. Tyler's going to block me soon, probably. Dude, at some point he will. His turning point action, they already blocked me. And they're boo-hooing too, dude. They are boo-hooing. All right. But, all right, so look at this, though, guys. This is their big event coming up. This is their AmFest. Oh, look who they have up at top, dude. They have the couple up in the top. Hold on, I got to save this image because we're going to have to zoom in on here to look at this. Oh, shit, bro. Dude, is this going to be the moment that J.D. Vance consummates the fucking... Are they going to consummate this time? Right? Are they? I think they might, dude. This might be consummation, guys. Are J.D. Vance and Erica finally going to consummate? Look who they got, guys. Look at this speaker lineup. Holy shit, bro. So, we have, look up top, they have J.D. Vance and Erica Kirk together again. Dude, she's going to be wearing pleather, right? She's going to be wearing black vinyl and have a wipe cloth on her shoulder that will function both as a hanky and a J.D. Vance cleanup device. Dude, a dual purpose white cloth. Dude, the Bang Fest right? Dude, JD Vance and Erica are up top. Woo! Woo, Erica, you're going to be able to cry your crocodile tears. Dude, I want to see an 𝗙sze-Erica cat fight. I would love to see 𝗙sze slap the shit out of Erica. Can you imagine her like pulling her hair? Oh my God, dude. Wouldn't that be great? Then we have Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, DJ Trump Jr., right? Tulsi Gabbard and Megyn Kelly. That's the top row, dude. Oh, star-studded, dude. Look, Megyn Kelly made it to the top row. All she had to do was like say Jeffrey Epstein wasn't a pedophile. And so what if Donald Trump felt up some people? It's not like he was Jeffrey Epstein. She made it all the way up to the top row. Dude, row 2 has the Fox shitters. We got Glenn Beck, Shapiro, Grant Cardone, the ripoff artist, another ripoff artist, Vivek, and Matt Walsh, the ultimate fucking race baiter. Dude, row 3's got Benny Johnson, Jack Posobiec. Dude, Sean Duffy's going to be there telling us. I wonder, is he going to bring his pull-up bar? Dude, how many of these guys is Benny going to bang? We got Holman and Carson. Then down below, we got Riley Gaines. Dude, she's down here with Anna Paulina Luna and a bunch of other no-names. Dude, Allie Beth Stuckley. Then we have, oh my God, Danica Patrick. Dude, Russell Brand. They're bringing in more rapists, right? Like, they don't have enough rapists in the audience, so they got to bring in more rapists. Dude, here's Graham Allen. This is the chowderhead who was fucking freaking out about, like, Candace Owens. And Alex Clark is one of the TPUSA women, the one who took that garish picture in front of the Charlie Kirk Memorial, like the day after he died. All right, now we have a bunch of people we've never heard of down here. Some TPUSAers, the Turek guy. Who else do we have? I don't know who really any of these guys are. These guys are all like fucking Michael Watley was the RNC chair. No Trumps, but Junior. Oh my God, this woman right here, dude, this idiot is like trying to overturn abortion rights. She shows up on my Twitter all the time. Never heard of any of these guys. But dude, how many of these guys look like they have restraining orders against them? Right? I mean, don't they, like a lot of these people, like tell me this guy, tell me there's not like 100 grade schools in America that this guy can't fucking step near, bro. Look at him, dude. What a turnip. Dude, they all look like fucking pederast, bro. Jesus Christ, dude. There we go. Rapist. Dude, you got Roger Stone. Oh, shit, dude. There's Benny Johnson. Benny Johnson's going to be, pounding the fucking pavement looking for some boy toys. Dude, it is crazy. So last year, though, guys, okay, last year, Cenk Uygur went to this thing, guys. Okay? But there's the star-studded event right there, dude. Oh, look at that. They even put him up there, dude. Oh, I may have to screenshot this, dude. This feels like a tweet. Oh, Lord. Oh, look at that. Bump, ba-da-da-da. Yeah, so last year, Cenk went to this and sat on the stage with Charlie Kirk. I mean, isn't that crazy, though, guys? To think that last year, right? That last year, Cenk Uygur, after the election, goes to AmFest, takes the stage with Charlie Kirk, kisses his ass, prostrates himself, you know what I'm saying, for the red MAGA, throws Democrats under the bus, totally gets made fun of and booed and completely unaccepted, throws trans people under the bus, talking about wanting to have a beer and all that shit. And at the end of that road, like a year later, dude, Charlie Kirk is dead. Like nobody would have predicted that. That was on nobody's bingo card. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Isn't that insane? Like, it is wacky and just goes to show that, like, you just don't know, right? You just don't know what's coming up ahead, boss. Dude, nobody could have predicted that. He acted like a prick to change. Well, see, this is just it, guys. Dude, Charlie Kirk was a prick, okay? He was. He was an arrogant, like fucking condescending, snide, racist, misogynist, xenophobic prick, okay? He was just the way he talked to people and looked down upon them and you know, tried to use every opportunity to debase them was like so evident. It was like a huge portion of his, you know, the way he behaved. It's why he was so offensive to people. It was beyond just his message. His message was terrible, but it was also the degenerate and condescending way with which he delivered his message, being, you know, because he was a college dropout with a rich daddy who was able to astroturf himself into the millionaires club with ease, you know? And so, like, you know, there was much more. And I mean, sure, there are some clips that are out there that show him being really nice and caring, but like, dude, everybody does that. You go to all of these really horrible right-wing influencers, and they all have some clips that people pull up that say, look, they're not racist. They're like really tender. They don't hate women. Look at how caring he is with this woman. But dude, it's all like, it's all PR. And yeah, I agree with Bingewood too. I think the other thing about Charlie too is like he was how do you describe it? Like everything he had, everything he was promoting was like fucking, you know, energyless. Okay? Energyless. That's, you know what I'm saying? Energyless. He everything he had was like low energy, right? It was low energy. It was just, there was like a mediocre nature to it. Like, go get a job at a factory and go get a wife and have a bunch of kids and go to church and you're living a good life. But like, who the fuck wants to live that life? I'm sure there are plenty of people who have that life and makes it work for them, right? If you end up with that life, you find gratitude and satisfaction and you live a good life. But nobody aspires to work in a factory or work a construction job and have 5 kids and go to fucking church every Sunday. Nobody aspires to that, okay? And nobody should. You know what I mean? If you end up there, then yeah, you got to make it work. But like, that's not what we should aspire to. Like, we should all want to do more than that. We should all aspire to create art or help the planet or fucking liberate the oppressed. You know what I'm saying? Like, we should all have lofty goals that make humanity a better place, instead of merely showing up at work and punching your card, going to church and waiting for death so you can give all your shit to your kids. Like, dude, fuck that. We should not aspire to that. I don't think there's anything wrong with leading a life like that, but I think there is something wrong with aspiring to lead that life. Okay? You know what I'm saying? I think there is something wrong if your aspiration is to not try to like change the world for the better, to simply be a cog. I do think we have way too much capability as humans. We have brains, we have opposable thumbs, we have so many like wondrous creative qualities about us. We should aspire to be more than just factory cogs. So some fucking rich capitalist can buy another yacht. Fuck that, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck that. There's no way we should aspire to be a cog so they can buy a yacht. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Progress, dude. Nature. If you look at nature, guys, see, this is what I don't like about this Christian retroactive belief system that Charlie Kirk and Erica and these idiots at 𝗙PUSA preach. You know why, guys? Because it's anti-nature, okay? Nature does not roll back, okay? If a canyon starts getting carved in a fucking, by a river, that never gets stopped carving. The canyon gets deeper and deeper and deeper, and that river keeps going. You don't roll it back. It doesn't go, wait, let's move the river somewhere else because this was a fucking, a prairie. No, nature changes, okay? Nature evolves. Nature keeps going. There is a constant state of refresh and newness and brand new, okay? They're like animals evolve, trees evolve. Like the leaves evolve, the weather patterns evolve. We are in a constant state of evolution, and it should be that way. You know what I'm saying? It's also anti-history. We did not just appear. Now that is true. Thank you, Tony. And so that is like, it's unnatural to want to go back. Okay. It is unnatural. It defies the laws of nature to think that we should go back to the way we were, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 50 years ago. It's so ridiculous, It is ridiculous. Dude, they want to go back to where everybody's wearing like fucking robes and you know what I'm saying? They want us to go back to wearing robes and being baptized in the river and shit. Like, come on, boss. Dude, fuck these guys. Fuck these guys, bro. Middle Ages, dude, they're clowns. But I will say, though, watching these guys cope today has been amazing, dude. Right? Right? Where I was like, dude, just watching these guys cope. Can I show you something, dude? Dude, what the fuck is this picture? Look at that, bro. What is this picture? Charlie's dead. They have some book written by the dead guy. Look at them. What the fuck is wrong with her, bro? Right? Stop God. Yeah, that's what I see. Stop God. Dude, let's go. Dude, isn't that weird? But I mean, look, these people, like some of them look a little uncomfortable, but look at her, dude. Dude, she's like a little, I don't use the demon word lightly, but dude, she's a little demonic. Okay? She is a little demonic. All right? Because like, I feel like the demonic shit is the religious people are the demonic ones because they're the ones that are like, wanting to like wipe the floor with us and shit, right? They're the ones who want to lock us up for, our sex lives or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Just a little demonic, but dude, she is so warped, bro. She is so warped. Dude, just fucking warped, boss. Right? Dude, she is like, yeah, this shit is fake, dude. Dude, this shit is crazy. Dude, it's like watching them cope, though, is amazing, dude. And now look, there's the smear campaign. Look at Tim Pool's latest post, right? Look at his post. It says, Tim Pool says, I've got names. Candace was telling people she hated Charlie Kirk a few months before he was murdered. It's all an act. She hated Charlie and now wants to destroy his legacy. Oh, shit. Right? Dude, look at that. They're now coming out with the, Candace hated Charlie. Candace is smearing. Dude, they are going at it, bro. Oh my God, dude, they're going at it, right? This is somebody else, dude. Jason, American Patriot. All right, whatever. He says, Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens had not been on speaking terms for well over a year before his death. Last joint public appearance, May 7th, 2024. Owens hadn't spoken at TPUSA in 3+ years. Kirk unfollowed her on Twitter, stopped having her on a show in 23-24. TPUSA board member Eric Bolling confirmed they hadn't communicated in years. Okay, so now they're bringing out the smear. Dude, they're bringing out the Candy O smear. It's like, Candy hated Charlie. Dude, you know what they're going to do? You know what they're going to do, guys? Is eventually there's going to be a book that's going to appear, like a Charlie Kirk's hidden diary that talks about how much he hated Candace Owens, right? How far are we from that? From them being like, oh my God, Tyler Boyer's going to be like, dude, in the back of the toilet at the TPUSA office, I found a diary inside a plastic Ziploc bag. And in here, it's Charlie's secret diary saying, I hate Candace Owens, saying, I like Netanyahu is my daddy. And please give as much money as you can to Erica. She's been anointed the girl, daughter of Jesus. Dude, right? You know it's coming, boss. Dude, yeah, dude, Tim Pool is crashing, okay? Tim Pool is crashing hard, bro. He is crashing. Dude. Oh, shit. Oh, my God, dude. Look at this. Oh, dude. That is brutal. Oh, dude, they're making Tim Pool into Netanyahu's little buddy, dude. Oh, that's funny. I'm going to fucking save that one. That one is crazy, dude. Dude, I have evidence. Candace was saying she hated Charlie Kirk. Oh, that's funny. Dude. Oh my God, dude. This is funny, bro. Like, what are they doing? You know? And where did Tim just disappear to? See, the thing about Tim is he got hit the worst by the Russian shit, guys. I think the Russian shit destroyed Tim, okay? Because Tim, unlike those other conservative influencers, Tim had sort of marketed himself as the rebel, honest guy who really wasn't part of the fucking system. He was the guy who painted himself as like the total anti-establishment fucking skate punk guy, okay? And him, that shit wrecked him because everyone was like, God damn, bro, Tim is compromised, you know? Right? Dude, yeah, he was screaming Ukraine was our biggest enemy, which was insane. Like, really? Like, Ukraine's not our enemy. Dude, Ukraine is like, like, you're talking those, like, guys, if you remember the Soviet Union when I was a kid, that was where the leaders of Russia took all those other countries. And basically, right, that was the whole fucking Soviet Union to begin with. Like, Ukraine and all those countries have all been battling off fucking some Russian dictator trying to control them. You know, Russia's been trying to control all those, like, all that oil and the lake space. You know what I'm saying? Like, Ukraine has some serious fucking, like, beachfront property that is a shipping port and shit like that. And they have been, like, Russia's always been fucking around with that shit, you know? So they've been, like, fighting for their goddamn lives, for their freedom the whole fucking time, man. Their whole existence has been living in the shadow of a bully. There's no way that they are our enemies, dude. There is no fucking way, bro. Yeah. Yeah. Dude, what a crazy person, though. Do we have a clip? Do we have a clip of Tim Pool on Ukraine? Let's see if we can find one of those. I feel like that would be entertaining, right? Dude, right? Dude, I want to see a clip. Oh, here we go.
But I don't know that it matters anymore. This is psychotic. Ukraine is the enemy of this country. Ukraine is our enemy, being funded by the Democrats. I will stress this again. One of the greatest enemies of our nation right now is Ukraine.
Dude, one of the greatest enemies of our nation right now is Ukraine. What in the fuck, bro? Like, dude. And then, what do you find out right after that? Oh, let's find one with the picture of all of them, dude. There it is. There's the article. That's the one I was looking for. Oh, then you find out this shit, right? Ukraine is America's biggest enemy. And then who's getting paid by Russia? Oh, yeah. The guy who said Ukraine, there's no bigger enemy than Ukraine, is fucking the guy who's fucking cashing those ruble checks. Dude, Dave Rubin, though, he blocked me, too. Dave Rubin wasn't having it, dude. The minute he got busted, you go in and talk to Dave Rubin, dude, he blocked everybody, bro. Oh, shit. Right? Soviet Russian mafia cash. I mean, all of these guys, though, right here, all of these guys have no fucking scruples. Okay? These guys, no scruples, man. They're cash whores. Okay? They are. They're cash whores. They will say or do anything for money. But though, Tim Pool is the guy who's paid the biggest price about this. Because again, Benny Johnson and Dave Rubin were like, those guys were already smarmy, like used car salesmen. They were smarmy. Nobody trusts these guys. These guys are fucking degenerate whores. So they can take money from whoever. These two guys could fucking say the N-word and nobody would give a shit. You know what I'm saying? They're like, whatever, dude. They're already smarmy, like fucking Trump stands, sniffing his ass crack till the end of time, dude. Nobody gives a shit because they know that they're degenerate whores. But Tim, though, was like, his branding was like, I'm not like these slick fucking like liars. I'm fucking skate punk rock and roller, dude. I'm the guy who's like telling you the truth, right? Tim Pool was like masquerading like a working class guy while he's taking $100K a week from the Russians. And that shit blew him up, dude. Yeah, baby. Dude, that shit blew him up. You know, you can't be doing that. He is so fake, dude. And yeah, he didn't do a good job of masking it because we all know that he's a lying bullshit artist. But I'm talking about the people that are dumb enough to believe him, okay? The people that are dumb enough to believe him, believe me, they do have an out. Okay, I mean, we're watching it with Maga, all the Maga shitters, that Epstein was like the big out, okay? That Epstein was their thing. The minute Trump tried to say that was a hoax, dude, he lost something significant. And I think Tim Pool in Russia was the same shit, where he, because there's a saying, guys, okay, that like in entertainment, where like you can break the rules and you can even do like crazy shit, okay? You can do outrageous shit as long as it's something that your fan base is not shocked by, okay? That's the thing. Like, you can like go way out of bounds, and if it's something that your fan base looks at and says, yeah, of course he did that, it won't damage you long term. You may have some blowback, you may get some shit, and you may have a short-term loss, but long term, if the bad behavior is something your fans can see and understand, like, yeah, of course he would do that if it makes sense, you'll recover. But if it doesn't, if it's something where your fans look at it and are like, man, there's no fucking way he could have done that, that shit will wreck you. So when you fucking misbehave and when you do outrageous shit, you just got to make sure that it stays in your branding sphere, you know? You know what I'm saying? That's the way it sort of works, right? And with this blew up the sphere, boss. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's just how that shit kind of goes, dude. The thirsty throuple, dude. Oh, dude, by the way, though, as long as we're talking about thirsty, dude, we're talking about fucking, like, you got to see this because Benny Johnson posted a pic, dude. Look at him. Benny is so gay, dude. Look at the way he's standing with his wife. There's no fucking way he is straight, boss. Like, the rumors are true, dude. Milo is right. Look at that. That is not a straight man. That is not how a straight man stands when he is with his wife. Dude, this guy is like so Bubba, right? Dude, Bubba is unzipping as we speak. Dude, do we have a zipper sound effect? Hold on, let me see. Let me see here, dude. Right? Do we have one? Let's see what we got here. There it is. There it is, dude. Bubba is unzipping. Dude, yeah, his feet are like pointed away from each other. Dude, he's like trying to stick his pee-pee out. Dude, this guy is so not straight, right? But look, dude. Dude, he's like decked the halls with Nurse Kate John at the White House. And I'm like, dude, the ravenous 𝗲𝗡 and her gay lover have arrived. Oh my God, dude. Dude, I'm really intrigued by the ravenous 𝗲𝗡, dude. The ravenous bank. I'm really intrigued by that. I'm wondering if there is some like video with that shit, right? I'm into that shit, dude. Right? Dude, I'm into that. I'm into some kink, boss. I'm down with some fucking whatever. Dude, right? You like groups? You like swinging? I'm down with that shit. Like, no judgment here, boss. Oh, shit, dude. That is funny, though. So, but one thing we haven't seen, though, guys, okay, because, right? Because one thing we have not seen from Benny is the lawsuit, right? Benny was talking about the lawsuit, this big lawsuit coming, right? And I'm like, dude, Benny, let me find it. It was a good fucking tweet that got fired off, boss. It's in all caps. Where is it? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, I don't know where it is. It's a reply in there somewhere. There's a reply somewhere. But, dude, I was just railing on Benny, okay? Because Benny was, like, we haven't heard his lawsuit, right? Could also be her malnourished mound. Yeah, but a malnourished mound is like, you know, that's not as interesting, I don't think, dude. I like the fucking, the empowerment of the ravenous bank. Dude, hit the like button, guys. Do Sean, let's go. You know what I'm saying? Like, for me, I like, you know, the idea that she's the instigator, right? Right? You know, good empowered woman who like, I think it should be okay for women to be ravenous. You know, I mean, we've sort of like set up this social order where women aren't allowed to be ravenous, right? Women are supposed to just be the objects of pursuit or whatever. And I think that's really dumb. Man, it's really dumb. Like, I have had like many relationships in my life where I was pursued by the woman, and I always liked those kinds of like relationships with women that were sort of go-getters and would fucking, you know, like come after you. I really like that. I think, you know, I don't know, man. I feel like that is a necessary ingredient to of eliminating some of the rape culture shit that we have, because there's this rape culture idea that women are prey, right? And the man has to like make the first move or whatever. The man's got to do all this shit. But I think it is like going the opposite way, where you eliminate that and you let women be the move makers, and the women be the ones who are the fucking, the deciders and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? I think getting rid of that, rape culture shit, it would just be good for us as a society. You know what I'm saying? Dude, it's very affirming when a girl chases you. It's like, it definitely is, right? I think it's like, for me, it was like a little bit about the affirming, but for me though, it was partially about like, one of the things that was always hard for me in a relationship is like, I need, I don't like being the director. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm a control freak for sure. Like, don't get me wrong. I have absolute control issues. And, there's a reason why I was a one-man rock band. And there's a reason why I'm like a one-man YouTuber guy. There's a reason why I end up in the fucking situations I end up in, because I definitely have, control issues and all that. But I don't like to control women, right? And what's more, if I'm with a woman who has issues with like needing to be controlled, that is a fucking danger zone, where then now I don't have as much freedom, because now I can potentially get into a cycle of like trying to control the woman. You know what I'm saying? So like me, compliant women were like a danger zone for me, right? I needed women who would be like, fuck you, right? Like, fuck you. Right? I needed that. And if I didn't have that, like, I was in a danger zone where I was potentially going to like self-destruct the relationship or just kind of be a douche. And so I always looked for women that like weren't going to respond in that way. That was kind of like my sort of MO. I liked women, like, if you rolled back, okay? And I mean, dude, me and Jenny are like, I don't know what it would be, because I don't have a large scale group of guy friends now. But like when I was younger, 9 times out of 10, all of my friends thought my girlfriend was a bitch. That was like, that was the way it always was. Most everybody in my friend group thought my girlfriends were bitches, right? That was just the role. They're always like, why are you fucking dating her? Dude, they like never liked my girlfriends, and because I always dated the non-compliant fucking feisty ass women. That was just how I rolled, dude. And I liked it, right? That's my type. And I mean, Jenny's pretty feisty, dude. She is. She is. I don't know if like people would think she's a bitch or not, but Jenny's pretty feisty. She can be a real handful. But so can I. Dude, I am very, your friends held an intervention. Dude, I am very high maintenance, guys. I am high maintenance. Okay. Can I just tell you, like I am fucking high maintenance. I'm often been more high maintenance than my fucking girlfriends have. Because I'm very particular. Marisol, is there a dance goal? Give you the dancing Trump? All right, there it is. Dude, let's set a goal. We can do that. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's get a dance. Oh, Lord. 45? 45. Dude, no, let's go 30. Dude, let's go short run. We're going to go 30 minutes. See if we can bang this shit out, dude. I'm going to try 30-minute dance goal. No time to waste, guys. How much hairspray did I use? I never used hairspray, guys. Okay? I did not use hairspray. So I mean, if we look at my hairstyling products, my first hairstyling products was mousse. Okay. I did mousse for that was my primary hairstyling product to spike up my hair, was using mousse in the 80s and 90s. Dude, let's go. Let's dance. Put on your red shoes and dance. Let's go, dude. Thank you, Proud Liberal. Thank you, James. Let's go. And then in the 2000s, when I became an indie rocker in Portland, I used pomade. Like I used this pomade. I spiked shit back. My hair was bleached white with this spiky pomade, so I look kind of like Sonic the Hedgehog. But it was a pomade that I got here in Portland from I would always go to the beauty store in the black neighborhoods. They had really good pomade that, for whatever reason, made my thin, like fucking, like completely fucking bleached out, like thin hair have really good shape. And it made it like shiny and it really looked glossy. So I use pomade, right, that I got at a fucking North Portland fucking beauty shop. Dude, let's go, Pinky! Right? And the other thing I used to do there is I would get my fingernail polish in the same neighborhoods. Use dippity-doo, let's go! Because, like, those of you, if you live in an all-white neighborhood, you may not even notice this. But if you live in a diverse neighborhood, you notice that a lot of, and I don't want to generalize because there are many, many fucking variations here. But a lot of black women engage in really crazy nail colors. Okay, they do. Black women are like pioneers with the nails. Black and Hispanic women. Rhetorical mode. Let's go, dude. Marisol, dude. You use the word dude all the time, right? So if you go, let your body move to the music. Let's go, Gerald. If you go to black neighborhoods, dude, Gerald dropping the big guns, dude. Let's go, Gerald. Thank you, boss. So my experience growing up in LA was, if I went to a beauty supply store in a white neighborhood, you can't get any good shit. There's like one kind of red. Everything is like muted colors. They're all like grandma colors, or they're all like socially acceptable colors. Like for the most part, you go to a white beauty supply store in the white neighborhood and everything looks like shit your mom or your grandma's making. There's not like 10 different bright reds. There's not a bunch of bright yellows and bright greens or super hot pinks. Their color section will have like 4 different like good looking colors, and it's always cheap shit made for like teenagers. So for me, I would go to the minority neighborhoods where they had beauty supply stores that had the colors, baby. You go in there and it's like 20 different kinds of reds or bright oranges, bright yellows, like really crazy electric blues and fucking sparkly shit that doesn't like scratch off. And so I would go there and find like the really good nail polish and stuff. And that was always, you know, like, I mean, I kind of grew up mostly in those neighborhoods, which is why I knew that. But, you know, a lot of people don't know that. I mean, if you really are looking for crazy colors and really looking for good nail polish, just find yourself a black-owned beauty supply business and you will find the good shit, man. It's just so much better than this fucking corporate whatever, like Nordstrom's kind of blah, you know? You know what I mean? I mean, dude, white people are pretty bland, bro, right? You know, I don't know what it is, but most white people are pretty fucking bland. They have no spice to them, dude. They are like spice level, like ultra mild. Dude, I shit you not. That's why diversity is so important. Seriously, dude, if you have an all-white culture, that shit is going to be fucking boring, dude. Everything's going to be, all the houses will be fucking tan, right? You know what I'm saying? All the houses will be boring fucking colors. Everybody will be wearing boring fucking clothing in boring fucking cuts. Dude, it's just all of the spice, dude. All of the spice, bro, comes from fucking, you know, non-white people. Dude, let's face it. Let's face it, dude. That's just factual. I don't care what anybody says. I stick by that. Dude, let's go. Punk's a little behind, but catching up, dude. Dude, let's go. What am I catching up to? Right? Your mom always gets her nails done differently now with this crazy ass shit art that she learns online. Oh, nice. Let's go. Dude. Oh, shit, dude. Mivs Daily. Dude. Oh, let's go. Dude, thank you, Miv. Let's go. Trumpy. I think Trumpy's about to get slammed. Let's go, dude. Thank you, Mivs. Whoa. Let's fucking go, baby. The head shop. Oh, yeah, no, head shop is another good place to get it, right? Let's go, man. Let's go, baby. Let's go. All right. What do we got on tap next? Dude, Indiana, though, guys, I'm so happy with I am so happy with Indiana. It makes me so happy. And you know, it's just, you know what it is, guys? It's this shit with MTG, okay? Where when you look at Indiana, when you look at these guys flipping out, and now TPUSA is going to go spend a bunch of money in Indiana, they're all going to make a big deal about this, blah, 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 blah. But what it does, guys, is it gives other people permission. And I want you guys to think about this as you go out in the world and be activists, okay? When you speak up, when you stand up to the oppressive people, whether it's an oppressive boss or in a family system or whatever, when you stand up and take a stand, you give the other people around you permission to do the same. Because I guarantee you, when you stand up to some oppressive force, there are other people around you that feel just like you, but they're fucking scared. They're worried about the outcome. Maybe they don't feel resolved enough. Maybe they're insecure and they don't think they have it in them to provide resistance. But what's funny is when you resist and you stand up, other people then start finding it in them. It's like when they see you do it, they're like, oh, wait a second. You know why? Because we learn by mimicking. Okay? When you're a kid, you don't get taught how to talk. You watch people move their mouth and then you mimic them, and that's how you learn how to speak. And that's how we learn with courage. That's how we learn with activism too. You stand up and provide the example, and the people who see it learn from it, and then they can emulate that. And it's like granting permission to the other people that feel stuck, because we're all like feel stuck, man. Oppression hits all of us, you know? You know what I mean? It's too bad those people have been radicalized. I know. Well, the crazy shit about that too, right? Here's the crazy shit about it, guys. The craziest shit is you realize that the anger and the threats and the violence and shit, it's all coming from the right. I mean, this is what's so beautiful about this is literally, guys, you ready for this? Just hear me out on this, okay? Because we have Tyler Boyer, we have the fucking rapist covering asshole, right? Has some suspect behavior with his own employees, right? There's rumors that he's a little Benny Johnson, all right? But so these guys, now they're on this big campaign against fucking Indiana, right? That's their big campaign. Look at this. They even made a flyer. Look at this shit. Work for us. Indiana, Indiana. So check it out, guys. So now, this is so dumb. This is such a bad strategy for them. You know why? Because they're going to waste millions of dollars fighting other Republicans when that money could be going to other much needed spots where Dems are going to flip shit. That's number one. But number two, this is a fucking election year. And supposedly their whole battle is like with the violent left. But now they're attacking their own people. And like, so now those Republican state senators are probably going to get more death threats and more attacks from other Republicans that are going to be like activated by their attacking their own campaign. Right? They're so dumb, bro. They're going to spend the whole election year fighting themselves, dude. Dude, they're just not smart, right? You know what I'm saying, dude? Indy, let's go, Dushan. And I mean, that's just it, guys. The Republicans are not smart. You know what they are? They're vindictive. They're resentful. They're like angry. They're petty, but they're not smart. So they are going to fight in a deep red district just to try and get vengeance for the maps. And then meanwhile, we're going to pick up some Trump plus 15 districts around the country and be like, fuck you, you fucking clowns, right? And the whole year, they're going to be, hopefully, I hope the threats to those Indiana people continue. But yeah, somebody said how they're turning into a bully. Like these guys, TPUSA, they're no longer a, hey, let's debate people and let's fucking have an honest debate. They're now a bully, right? That's all they are. Now they're like Elon Musk or Donald Trump. They're like, no, we're going to force our people down your throat. We're going to fucking command you do what we say, or we're going to attack you to their own people, right? They're just like, dude, they're so dumb, bro. Tell it. I will tell it. Dude, fuck them too. Dude, they're all clowns, bro. And again, and what do we have, dude? Who is sending them over the edge? A black woman. This black woman is sending them over the edge. And somebody asked earlier, no, I haven't covered Kristi Noem yet. We're going to watch a little Candy O here and her reaction to Erica Kirk. And then we're going to watch the Kristi Noem. Because like, oh my God. Dude, I don't know what kind of day you had today, guys. But thank God you're not Kristi Noem. Like, dude, she got like raked over the coals, bro. What a fucking idiot Kristi Noem is. And then she got mobbed. And I think she was like trying to hold a baby or some shit. Dude, she got so beat up. Oh my God, dude. She got slapped around, dude. Kristi Noem did. Like she's going to jail, I think. There's going to be some charges on her, dude. Dude, the Antifa director? Dude, who the fuck is the Antifa director? Is that me? Dude, Kristi Noem. Dude, can you believe though? Like, I don't know if you guys realize Kristi Noem used to be this, right? That was Kristi Noem, dude. I mean, she's pretending to be a scientist, but she kind of looks like she's making a hub video, maybe, right? Right? Kristi Noem, but now she went from that to like this, dude. What the fuck happened, bro? Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, how did she get from that to that? Dude, what the hell, bro? Right? I mean, dude, I swear the hate ages them, dude. There is, right? There is something about the life they live where the hate ages them. It does, man. It really does. There is something that is, you know what I'm saying? That there is, you're talking about the hearing? Where is Antifa headquarters? Oh shit. Dude, yeah, I can't wait to see the fucking hearing shit. Dude, she is so dumb. Dude, because everybody knows. I mean, we know. I'll show you why Kristi Noem got that job, guys. Okay? There's one video that I always play that shows you why Kristi Noem got that job. It's because she is a liar under any circumstances, right? It's this. Hold on. We got to watch this one clip, and then we'll go look at Candy. But it's Kristi Noem, and it was about Kim Jong-un, okay? And it's not even about the puppy killer, okay? The puppy killer is one thing, but I'm going to show you the interview that basically got her job, okay? And it was this, okay? Dude, it was this, guys. It was, let me see where it is, dude. I'm going to have to use Google. It was when she was a VP candidate briefly, right? Is this the one? There's one interview in particular where I was like, oh, dude, she just won an administration seat. Okay. And it was, I think it was the pink one. I think it was this one.
2 weeks ago, South Dakota.
What about it was threatening to you?
Well, we're
All right. Nope. That's not it. Hold on. There's one video, dude, where you just see her where she's caught in a lie and they hammer her on the lie, right? The reporters like tear into her and she just sits there and continues to lie and deflect, but she like doesn't lose space at all, okay? Right? She doesn't lose space at all, you know, and like she can just lie in the middle of being called out and attacked. And she's like completely unbothered by it, right? Her ability to lie and continue lying in the face of fucking being called out on it is like, it's a marvel, really. Okay. It really is. Dude, it's the craziest clip. She was wearing the pink, but it was not the CBS one. Dude, stop stupidity. Let's go. All right, dude, we're halfway there. Let's go, baby. Oh. Was it on Newsmax? Oh, it's this one.
Kristi, no.
There's this one, right? This one right here. Okay? It was Newsmax. Yes. Okay, now I'm going to find it. Now I know it. I knew it was somebody. She got grilled, right, by fucking on Newsmax about her book. Okay? This one. Watch this.
South Dakota.
Watch this clip right here, dude. Oh, wait. No. That's not it. Oh, fuck, boss. Oh, dude, I got to show you this clip. Now I'm on a mission. Oh, shit. Maybe I have it in my bookmarks. Hold on. Let me look at my Twitter bookmarks. It is the craziest fucking clip. But she, guys, she might be the best liar. Okay? Dude, tone deaf. MAGA women get surgeries. When they start to show their natural aging, they would rather look fake in their superficial cult. That Dell lady is insane. She is indeed. Thank you, tone deaf. And yeah, dude, I think there is an undue pressure for right-wingers to the women to try to look young still because all the right-wing men are fucking pedophiles. You know what I'm saying? They all want to date 14-year-olds. So I think they have to try and like puncture their face and shit and look like they're 12 again, because otherwise the dudes are going to fucking leave them. You know what I'm saying? All right. Let's go. 10 minutes, guys. 10 in 10, baby. Or 9 in 10. We can get that going while I'm queuing up this clip. Oh, I found it. I found it. Oh, she was wearing green. I found it. There we go. All right, you ready? Watch this clip, okay? This was when her book came out. And this was a year ago, back in May. This, for a while, she was a VP candidate. And then her book came out and she lost the VP candidate. But when I saw this interview, I was like, holy shit, she just won some major cabinet position. Like, I knew it because I have never seen anyone caught in a brutal lie where the reporter is telling them out right to their face, and she just continued deflecting like right through it. Watch this.
I think part of the problem with politics today is that politicians aren't honest with the American people. So if you asked me a month ago, who's at the top of the list to run with Donald Trump, I would have said your name. If you asked me that same question this morning, I don't even think you're on the list. So my question
Brutal.
for you, yes, really, and it's because of things that have come out in this book, like your claims that you met Kim Jong-un.
Brutal.
And then over the last week,
I've been to the DMZ. I've been to the area. What I've said
did you stare down Kim Jong-un? Let me, Governor, 1 second. I will give you an opportunity to respond. I just want to get this out there. So here's the quote from the book. You say that, I remember when I met North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un, I'm sure he underestimated me, having no clue about my experience staring down little tyrants. Governor, that never happened. I think part of the problem with politics today is that politicians aren't honest.
It cuts off. Dude, there's a longer fucking, oh my God, dude. It cuts off. You got to see the end of this. Hold on. We got to find the full one. That one cuts off right when it was getting good, boss. Oh, here it is. All right, here we go.
With you there.
So here it is. So, dude, he starts it with saying, like, you could never be VP. He, like, starts it, like, by just telling her, dude, you're a fucking huge loser. And she's like, oh, really? Oh, really? But watch what she does with this challenge.
But going back to what you said a moment ago, maybe not lying to the American people. And I think this is important to talk about because the book's called No Going Back, The Truth on What's Wrong with Politics. And I think part of the problem with politics today is that politicians aren't honest with the American people. So Governor, if you asked me a month ago, who's at the top of the list to run with Donald Trump, I would have said your name. If you asked me that same question this morning, I don't even think you're on the list.
Really?
So my question for you, yes, really, and it's because of things that have come out in this book, like your claims that you met Kim Jong-un, and then over the last week,
I've been to the DMZ. I've been to the area. What I've said
is that... Did you stare down Kim Jong-un? Let me, Governor, 1 second. I will give you an
I've
opportunity
been to the DMZ.
I just want to get this out there. So here's the quote from the book. You say that, I remember when I met North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un, I'm sure he underestimated me, having no clue about my experience staring down little tyrants. Governor, that never happened, did it?
What I have said in the book is that when I became aware of the content, that we had it changed. And that's the way that it is. So I should not have put that anecdote in the book. I'm not going to talk about my meetings.
But an anecdote indicates that it happened, right?
I'm not going to talk about my conversations with world leaders. I've been involved in policy for 30 years. For 30 years, I've been traveling the world, talking to world leaders.
She is a savage.
That I'm not going to have in this book.
No shame.
So I've answered that in interviews already. I've been very forthright, and I think that a typical politician wouldn't be that honest. As soon as it became to my attention, I asked for the content to be changed, and it has been.
Governor, I'm not asking you about the details of this alleged meeting. I'm asking if the meeting actually happened. I don't think it did. And I think if it did, you'd be able to confirm for me that, yes, it did, and here's when it happened. It happened, say, at such and such a date or a month, or you don't have to be specific.
I'm not going to talk about my conversations
You're going to
with world
continue
leaders.
to have to answer this question then.
I don't think so, because the average American citizen is more worried about the border. They're more worried about what we see in a White House and a president that since January has gone out there and misled the American people over 150 times, and nobody pushes him on what he says, that he was imprisoned with Nelson Mandela, that he drove an 18-wheeler.
Dude, but you see how savage she is? He's like, that never happened. And she's like, I'm not going to talk about the world leaders. I removed it from the book, but that never happened. Oh, people aren't concerned about this. They're concerned about the border. But dude, she has no shame, bro. None. Like, she will sit there and they could rake her over the coals and she would be unfazed. Like, okay, I'll deflect. I'll move over here. I'll continue lying. I will continue insisting that what you're saying has no basis whatsoever. And like, dude, that shit is like most people would cave in some way. They would hedge. They would get some kind of a tell. Like, did you look at her body the whole time through that? She never fucking moved, bro. She, like, not even a hair went out of place. She just was like a sociopath. Like, people would have a tell of some kind. Like, they'd get hunched up, their brow would furrow, and she's just like, no, I am like a fucking automaton here, and I will just continue lying. And in fact, the more I lie, the more relaxed I get. Dude, it's fucking craziness, you know? It's like, dude, that's why she got hired, right? It is very Trumpian. You know what I'm saying? This is the kind of shit why he hires these people. Because all you got to do is you got to be able to lie. And I'm telling you, the other person who does this, guys, the other person who does this is JD Vance. Okay? JD Vance is very good at this. Okay? If JD Vance, he can't talk to a normal human being, but when JD Vance is in front of a reporter, he's very good at this. Okay? This is where JD Vance shines. When he's lying and bullshitting people, he gets like an energy that he doesn't normally get. I mean, some people, when they write, like I had a friend who was like this, who was not that interesting of a guy, but once he would start lying to girls, he would get like more charming when he was lying. It's just like a weird sociopathic personality. Like sometimes the more they lie, it like the power of like them lying and leading people on like gets them all fucking jacked up, dude. It's weird. It's like a power thing. But we got to go back. All right, we got some shit here. First off, we got Pinky. Annie up punks. Let's go. Oh my God, guys, we got 2 minutes. We need 8 in 2 minutes. Holy shit. Dude, we got 5 gifteds that came in from all day. Let's go, baby. Thank you for the 5 fucking memberships. We appreciate you. And then we got a dono from all day. Let's go. But now, guys, we got 2 minutes. Oh shit, we need 8 in 2 minutes. We got to rally up. Dance party time, baby. Let's go. Crunch time. We can do this. We've done it before. We're not gonna let it slide. 7. All right, let's go. Dude, Furrow coming in. Oh. But yeah, that's the one thing that I like that fucking gets me about JD is that he's good with the reporters, dude. Redbone, let's go. He's good in adversarial environments. Pinky, dude, come on. We got this. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Thank you, Pinky. Thank you, Redbone. Thank you, Furrow. All right, 5 left. Oh, shit, 3. Dude, oh, shit, dude, they're coming in so fast. Dude, Noem, face injections. Dude, all day, let's go. Dude, we got Booyah coming in from the C-Punk. Let's go, baby. Dude, we got Seattle Jen coming in hot. Oh my God, dude, they're coming in so fast, bro. I can't even fucking hit the thing. We made it. Dude, Alexander Billings made it through surgery. Let's go. Alexander Billings made it through surgery. That was the woman from the show, right? From Transparent that you were talking about. We got 1975 as a good year. Dude, let's go. Thank you, Gen Xer and Uncle F coming in hot. Dude, let's go, baby. Oh! Just like that. Dude, shit, boss. That was crazy. Just like that, it happened in like fucking 1 minute. All right, let's go. Now the dance party is secured. Now we can breathe a little easy. Now we can go look at a little Candy Owens. And then we're going to come back and we're going to watch the Kristi Noem clips. Holy shnikes, bro. Dude, she is a powerhouse liar. Okay? She is. She is a powerhouse liar. Dude, Golding, let's go, DB, let's go. Oh. You told your friend Nick that your dad built or carved a Statue of Liberty? Dude, Princess, let's go. Oh, good job. Thank you. Yeah, good job to you too, guys. Let's go. Let's fucking round of applause for you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Round of applause for everybody, dude. Let's go. Dude, love it. Goal, hype train, let's go all day. Oh. Dude, little Sam Kinison in me, right? Dude, these guys, bro. All right, let's see Candace fucking going off on Erica Kirk. All right? That's what we got here. Hold on, give me 1 sec. Vibes up, baby. He didn't hire... Yeah, no, not at all. Dude, that's just it about a Trump admin. And this is sort of the Achilles heel of the Trump admin, is that he doesn't hire based on your talent level or your skill at the job. And he doesn't hire based on you having integrity or being a good person or even working well as a team. He hires egomaniacs who are fucking will shit on their best friend to get ahead and who are consummate liars and will burn at the stake for him. And that's it, right? If you are a great liar who can finagle the camera and you will burn at the stake for him, you're hired. And that's why his administration's accomplished nothing, because you got to have a talented team that can work together if you want to accomplish your shit. Like, dude, even with Mike Johnson, dude, like this thing, look at this shit. Okay. I know we're talking about like people hate 𝗪𝗓𝗄𝗎𝗓s, and that's a whole conversation of 𝗪𝗓𝗄𝗎𝗓s about like some shit that we dislike about him. But what I want to do is I want to bring up this vote right here, okay, where 13 Republicans join the Democrats with another discharge petition, okay, to strip that nullified a Trump executive order, okay? So 13 Republicans join the Democrats to nullify an executive order that Trump did. And my point being is Mike Johnson, fucking what a massive failure for Mike Johnson to let this get this out of hand, right? That's on the speaker. Dude, Mike Johnson got played so hard that fucking Trump's executive orders are getting overturned, bro. And like the thing is you love or hate 𝗪𝗓𝗄𝗎𝗓s, and there's a bunch of centrist shit that we could tear up about him because he is a douchebag and he's overly religious and he's not progressive at all. But 𝗪𝗓𝗄𝗎𝗓s or Nancy Pelosi, this would never happen under their watch, ever. Like, not a fucking chance, bro. Would something that embarrassing happen where their own caucus is actively fucking, right? Their own caucus is actively fucking subjugating. You know what I mean? I mean, you might get that in the Senate, right? Where Joe Manchin did that kind of shit in the Senate. But the point is this guy, Mike Johnson, he's not good at his job. He'll do what he's told, but man, he can't manage the caucus. That guy has no skills, dude, in the House. None, bro. He's just a clown, dude. Let's go. Dude, let's go, dude. Tone Deaf, welcome to the family. Dude, let's go. And dude, all day, let's go, baby. Fuck you, Trumpy. Dude, Micro Johnson? Yeah, dude, that shit is some bullshit. All right, you ready for a little candy-o? Zionist Hakeem, yeah. I mean, dude, we're like, that is something we're going to be contending with, guys. I mean, in you know, it's like we have a battle where because of the Christianity in America, there's, until you get rid of the Christians, there's always going to be Zionism. It's going to be like, which is the lesser of the evil related to that? Because the reality is as long as we have Christians in U.S. government, some of those Christians are going to be tied to the Zionist movement because they're making a play for the rapture in the Middle East. And like, we're going to be contending with that until fucking Christianity disappears, boss. It's unavoidable. Like you're never going to be able to get all the Christians to be anti-Zionist, because the faction of the really freakish Christians are the truly devout ones. That's how they get to heaven, boss, is by letting it, right? It's by letting somebody like Netanyahu start a war in the Middle East, right? That's it. That's what brings about the rapture to the zealots, is the power in the Middle East goes to war, and then the whole fucking universe descends on the Middle East. So they want to provoke it, okay? It's like they want Israel's warring faction, the IDF, to just start wars with everybody, because if it provokes a world war, that means the end times are here. They literally are fucking, oh, there's going to be a world war? Oh, shit, I'm going to put on my good shit. We're going to heaven. Dude, they're insane, bro. I mean, it's so funny because they want to talk about transgender people being mentally ill. But like, man, go talk to some transgender people and then go talk to some Christian zealots and then come and tell me which of those two groups is mentally ill. And I guarantee you, it ain't going to be the fucking trans people. If you go have a talk about like life and philosophy with transgender people, and then you go do that with deeply evangelical zealots, it will be very clear that the evangelical zealots are the fucking mentally ill ones, guys. Like, I mean, dude, it's like hands down, bro. I have never met an evangelical religious zealot that is as sane as even the craziest trans person. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Like you could find the most emotionally disrupted trans person who had a really, really hard life. And I guarantee you they are more sane than the fucking deeply evangelical zealots, dude. I guarantee you. I guarantee it, boss. There is no crazy like the fucking, the biblical, dude. I mean, and look at Erica Kirk, dude. Just look into her eyes. She looks like she is just not even like a human anymore, dude. Dude, you look into her eyes and it's like, God damn, bro. Did Elon build this or what, dude? Right? Every time I look at Erica Kirk, I think like the word Neuralink pops into my head and I can't figure out why. Dude, I think I'm pretty sure Elon built Erica Kirk, dude. It is those eyes of like vengeance and trad wifery, bro. Right? You know what I mean? It's like the eyes of somebody who wants to birth 100 kids and snuff out 100 others is what it is, dude. Dude, it is like holy shit, bro. That shit is frightening, dude. Like dead doll eyes. Yeah, absolutely, dude. Oh, Lord. Lord have mercy. Dude, it's frightening. All right, you ready? Let's watch a little Candy-O, dude. We got to see what we get from the little Candy.
I am in a bit of a mood today. I am just annoyed with everybody. I'm annoyed with this entire psychological operation that is so obvious, and I just feel like we keep going round and round in a circle with the government. You know, whether it's COVID, the Ukraine war, it's like the entire media apparatus and establishment is joining hands to condemn people for having common sense. So I'll ask.
Dude, do you see that though? The setup, guys? It is really clear. Trump is now the establishment. MAGA is the establishment. And like this is going to be the Republican battle, I think, from now on, because Trump had such success upending the power structure of the Republican Party. And there's nobody to replace him, right? Honestly, like Charlie Kirk was the only real reality TV replacement. And I mean, he was obviously too young, but he was a major voice. But everybody else is like has no fucking charisma, dude. Dude, the Republicans are all like pederasts who chase teenage women. They don't have any charisma. They're creepers. They're fucking weirdos, or they're stuffing a Bible up their ass, right? And they're fucking just, or they're too many Grindr accounts to like, you know what I'm saying? They're just all like, I don't know, like half here. And so now it's like the Trump MAGA is the establishment. And now there's always going to be a renegade group, I think, trying to upend the establishment. I think this is going to be the new Republican sort of thing where they are going to continually be at war with themselves. And I think now is an opportunity, guys, though, where now we have an opportunity to take the expanded presidential power and the infighting Republicans and to just bury them. Okay? We have the opportunity in 2028. We win the House now, maybe take the Senate back. We come out in force. We get a ruthless Democratic president in 28. And let's bury these fuckers. Let's just bury them. Nuke the filibuster, pack the court, fucking, enshrine abortion rights. Just fucking go to town, dude. Let's fucking bury these fuckers and just upgrade, right? DC becomes a state. Puerto Rico becomes a state. 4 new Democratic senators. Dude, fuck them. Dude, just fucking burn it all down for the sake of like human rights, dude. Just fucking slam, dude. That's what I want to see, dude. All the territories or states. Fuck you, fucking Republican Senate. Eat it, eat it, eat it, eat it. Dude, that's what I want, boss. That's what I want. But we, we got to get the Senate, though. I mean, if we don't take the Senate, we can't do it, right? We may have to wait. We may have to wait until 28. But once we get the House and the Senate and we have a Republican president, right, we may have to wait until 30. But you know what I mean? Like, we fucking bury them. I mean, to be honest, guys, we should have done this. Like, we should have done it. We should have done it when Obama was president, guys. Okay? We should have, but Obama was genuinely worried, guys. Okay? Obama was worried that if a black man did it, it would ignite like racism and racial resentment like never before. And he didn't want, right? I mean, we had the juice post George Bush, right? All day, let's go. Clandis is like that broken clock. Not gonna lie, you're right. You know what I'm saying? And so the thing, I know that happened, but I think Obama was worried that if he went nuclear, like it was like people were going to die. Okay. And I think he felt a great responsibility, which was a very legitimate fear. And I mean, we didn't know it was going to kick up like it did. Nobody could have predicted that. Like everybody thought Hillary was winning that election. And if she had campaigned harder and if she had done something with Bernie Sanders, she would have won that election. If she hadn't been so fucking snooty about it. She fucking threw that shit away, dude, by thinking she just had it in the bag. And that's disappointing, right? But you know what I mean? But he was generally worried that like people were going to die if he fucking did that shit. And then I think he thought maybe some of that would fucking, come down the road. But it always looks better after it happened. After it happened, we're like, well, we should have just done this. But like, you didn't have that information. Nobody knew, right? Everybody thought Trump had no fucking chance, dude, because he's such a dumb shit. But here we are. But never again, though. When we get that again, guys, we're not going to fucking, once bitten, twice shy. Okay? So that's the whole thing. Like, it would be unforgivable if we get that power again and we don't make a move. Okay? Unfucking forgivable. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, dude, this is going to be a crazy year, guys. Don't think that we are out of the woods. Okay? We are not out of the woods, guys. Okay? We are not. It's going to be a long year. We got to keep the pressure up. I think one of the number one things we got to do, right? I think one of the number one things we got to do is we got to keep splitting MAGA. I think there's a lot more room for MAGA to fight each other. Okay? A lot more room for MAGA to fight each other. So we're going to lean into that. And then for you guys, if you're anxious, I encourage you to get involved in the election in some way, right? Like do phone banking or go door to door, right? Like contact your local DSA or your local Democratic Party and make sure that you are putting some of that anxiety into work to help us win. Okay? Because we all have a lot of anxiety, but what we want to do is we want to make sure that our anxiety is not just generating more stress. We want to take that anxiety and go do work that helps us win. So if you're feeling incredibly anxious and you're going door to door to take the message of like, wow, I'm really anxious. Like the economy's going to shit. We got to fix this shit. You're doing something to help win. Okay. As opposed to if you're just sitting at home overridden by anxiety and now you're telegraphing anxiety that other people are picking up and then they're feeling anxious. Like make sure you're doing something, no matter how small, to be helping win. It can be donating money. It can be phone banking. It can be going door to door. It can be volunteering, you know, at a polling place. It can be making content on TikTok. It can be creating a local activism group that, you know, among your neighbors that goes and does something to help. Like just anything that you can do that is making a productive use of that anxiety, turning it into action, right? Yeah, stop ICE from disappearing your neighbors, anything. Just any type of action, right? It's like my belief is, you know, take anxiety, fine. I'm anxious, I'm scared, whatever, but make sure you're anxious while taking action, okay? As opposed to just fighting the anxiety and being frozen. That's my advice, right? You do what works for you. But I think as long as we're all taking a little bit of action, we're going to fucking clean the clock with this shit.
Ask you a question to begin this. Do you feel, show of hands, okay, that the answer regarding who killed Charlie Kirk and what happened on September 10th is quote unquote very clear? Objectively. Like even if you are somebody who is on the side of those who do believe that Tyler Robinson pulled the trigger one way or another, would you ever describe what happened as quote unquote very clear?
See, this is a loaded setup though, because when there's a murder, it's hardly ever very clear. You know what I mean? I mean, it's so funny. I mean, I get it. I get where she's going, but like, dude, like even when they know the person who did it and they know they have the evidence, these things are often not clear because they defy, you know, they boggle the mind. They defy the odds. Nobody can believe that Charlie Kirk was speaking at a college in Utah and somebody just fucking blew him away. Nobody can believe that. That is like, there is not one person in that crowd who ever in a million years thought they were ever going to witness what they witnessed that day, dude. It's on zero people's bingo card, right? So like you're never going to get clarity from an event like that. It's just not really possible, you know, but I love how she's like using that reality of like how there's never really going to be clarity, right? But they're going to, she's like hammering away at that because the conspiracy, she's got to keep it burning. Dude, oh shit. And yeah, dude, cases like OJ where it is obvious, but still, yeah, they fucking let him off. They just couldn't prove it. He put the glove on. The glove didn't fit. Like, you know, fucking, dude, it's just hard. But yeah, no, she is. I mean, this is good though now, guys. She is at war with Erica Kirk. And this weekend it becomes real because I think Erica Kirk actually says Candace's name. Okay, she's been pretty sort of like sidestepping it, but it is now going to be Candace v. Erica. And dude, I can't stand anyone in the MAGA thing, but I'm definitely on Candace's side in this one because, dude, Erica is just a creeper, dude. She is. And the whole like wanting to put TPUSA in all the schools, like to me, that's like you're crossing some lines there when you think you're going to shove your fucking grooming organization and your transphobia bullshit, right, in all our schools. Like, fuck off. Dude, Jude, the evidence was OJ who did the murder. Indeed. Dude, yeah, dude, Erica is fucking just a creep.
I'm guessing your answer to that would be no. I am asking you that because Erica Kirk believes it to be so. And I guess this is kind of the final stop. I'm hoping it's the final stop of this PR campaign where they are now pivoting and bringing Erica out to signal to the public that we can't question her judgment, right? Because she's a widow, we can't question her judgment. And I want to say that I reject that. I reject emotional manipulation. I want to give people at home the permission to avoid a trap of thinking that you have to arrive at the same conclusions as Erica Kirk, especially when the story that we have been presented thus far makes little sense, if any sense. It makes, I think, virtually no sense. To that end, later on in the show, we will discuss Tyler Robinson, who has now made his first in-person appearance in court. And I guess the good news there is that we know he exists. Welcome back to Candace.
All right, dude, OJ's son. Dude, what? I've never heard anything about OJ's son. It was OJ and his son? Got it. So the glove was OJ's son? Dude, that murder, man, that murder like fucked people up in LA, dude. It was pretty grisly. And Brentwood, dude, like that killing was right near one of my favorite restaurants, Chin Chin in Brentwood. I used to go there all the fucking time, dude. Dude, that shit, like that murder was fucked up, dude. Okay? It was just brutal. And like Ron Goldman just getting caught up in that shit. Dude, like so fucking terrible. His older son from his first wife. That shitty, boss. Shitty, bro. Fucking shitty. Dude, shitty. Dude, Erica's next book, If I Did It. Ah! Candace. All right, Candy-O.
Let's just start with the talking points.
Let's
join the members of the press and the influencers, okay? Here's what
you're saying. No, Just the Sun documentary. All right, let's go. Dude, I'll have to check that out. I haven't fucking seen that.
we're saying. Let's be influenced. Talking points. There's a bigger mission at Bay. We need to focus on a larger, bigger mission. Another talking point. It's going to ruin the trial. If you guys keep thinking that things don't make sense, you could ruin the case. And the final stop, of course, in these talking points is this is an illness, right? There's something wrong with you at home if you don't find what we are telling you to be true. Trust us, okay? You're mentally unwell. What we are looking at right now is a badly run PR campaign. I am saying that it is badly run because it's recognizable. A good PR campaign is not recognizable. A bad PR campaign is an obvious one. And I am going to request respectfully, I know it's not going to be honored, I'm going to respectfully request that all of these Agent Smiths in this obvious matrix just stop, okay?
Oh, dude, she's using the term matrix. Oh, guys, look at what she's doing. I mean, dude, she is fucking like now appealing into like the sort of Andrew Tate anti-government crowd, right? Dude, she does know what she's doing. She absolutely knows what she's doing, guys. I'm telling you right now, it's not even just that she's trying to split MAGA. She is trying to become the next sort of voice, guys. I shit you not. She is trying to become the power voice in the red pill world, okay? And she's slowly bringing in the language. Now she's bringing in the matrix. She's like, oh, they're all lying to us. I don't know. I kind of want to see her and Erica Kirk on the same stage debating this shit. Wouldn't that be interesting? With her and Erica Kirk fighting about this on stage? Like, fuck a town hall. Let's just put them in chairs and have them answer questions from the crowd or debate each other on this. Dude, that would be amazing. Oh, shit. Tower Records. I used to work at Tower Records. Why are you guys talking about Tower Records? That was like one of my first early jobs in fucking college. Let's go, dude. It was great. Dude, Tower Records was where I had my first openly gay friends, right? I mean, I had turns out one of our best friends in high school was gay, but he stayed in the closet until he was like 30. So none of us knew. We just knew he could never dated a girl. I mean, I think on some level we all thought he was, but you just didn't talk about that shit. But it was, Tower Records was where I first met openly gay people that were like living as gay. And I was like, holy shit, dude, this is wild. Dude, it was crazy. Tower Records, baby, Westwood. Dude, it's a fun job, actually. Dude, it's a fun fucking job. I worked there in, would be 1990, right? In 89, 90 was when I was there, right? Why? Did you work at the one in Westwood? Right? Proud liberal. Did you work at the one in Westwood in that time range? Because if you did, you may have known Howard, okay? There was a guy who was total queen. He was like, hey, girl. His name was Howard, and he used to prance around the store, and he was fucking like the flamingest fucking dude. Oh, Howard was great. And then the other guy, right? The other guy who was gay was a security guy who was Hispanic. And he was like, I can't remember his name. I think his name may have been Rick. But he was like a weightlifter, like a man's man. But he was gay too. And that's what was so crazy is you had Tower Records. You had the flamboyant guy that like, yeah, he's definitely gay, who was as flamboyant as could be. That was Howard. But then the security guard was like a fucking, like a football player. And he was like a total like hard guy who was like a total ass kicker, but he was gay too. And I was like, wait a second, dude. We have this guy who is like, doesn't, like, I would never guess in a million years that dude's gay. And like, they're both gay. Dude, it was fucking hilarious. All right. Fun shit.
This PR campaign, it's been nonstop since Charlie was shot. It was honestly dead on arrival. Okay. We do not trust this. We do not believe this. And yet we are wildly kind of in this position where they're testing to see how many times they can say the same thing before they convince everybody else at home that it's true. Okay. Their equation that they seem to be running, if it's that formula, is talking points multiplied by 10,000 talking heads must equal results. Okay. They believe that with enough of an echo, they can override basic human instinct, basic intellect, really. There is, I would like to be very clear, nothing that feels right to me about the Charlie Kirk assassination, and especially the way that some of his employees and friends have been behaving since that assassination. And I'll preface this with, I am very sorry if that offends you, Erica. Genuinely, I am sorry that there is no amount of increase in pressure and propaganda and headlines written about me that are going to convince me. And by the way, I'm just the conduit, right? You're attacking me, but you're angry that also the masses have not accepted this. There's not a number that is going to convince the masses that his human neck, stopped a .30-06 bullet.
Oh, dude, this is so entertaining, right? You know what I'm saying? This is like so entertaining because she's just basically saying, you know what, Erica, this ain't going away. And the people believe me. And so I am going to the wall. Like, I don't care what you say about me. I don't care how you defame me in the press. She's already been through it. This is not her first time in the fucking spotlight, right? And she's like, dude, that look right there. She's like, yeah, we're going to the wall with this, Erica. Human wrecking ball. Oh, this is, dude, I'm just curious where it's going to go, right? Because you know they're going to have the trial and you know information's going to come out during the trial, but you also know that like all of Candy O's followers are all like religious people. So they're not going to believe the evidence at the trial. Like the people who think the government is lying are going to see the evidence and be like, I don't believe the evidence. Right? You know what I mean? There is no way to like, when you're dealing with, when you're dealing with religious people who are bred to believe in something that doesn't exist, that there's no proof of, so they live outside reality. Once those people get attached to a conspiracy or a belief, you can show them the evidence and they're like, I mean, this is what's happening with climate change, right? They're like, the temperatures are going up. Nope, it was cold today. There was no snow this winter. You're wrong. Fuck off, right? There's no convincing them, bro, right? 7 million people died. There was no pandemic, right? They're just, it's like the Candace people will never be satisfied by the evidence that is going to arrive from fucking, you know what I mean? And you know, I think AI is accelerating it, and the reason why AI is accelerating it is AI is an aggregator. So, which means like if you deal in a space where there's a lot of information and you check the AI will probably just aggregate the misinformation in your bubble. So you can always find AI that's going to give you the misinformation, and then you make a screenshot of it. Like we live on screenshots. Somebody asks AI a question, they screenshot the answer, and a year later, they're still using that screenshot. Like, see, here's my proof. Because people don't want the truth. Some people just want that which fucking like verifies their claim. Because they're not trying to improve the world, they're trying to be right. They need to be right, because if they're not right, there's no Jesus, there's no God, there's no heaven. And then they wasted their whole life working in a factory and having 10 fucking kids and for nothing, because they're like, oh shit, now there is no heaven. I just lived this fucking shit life and now I'm not even getting heaven. Dude, you can't handle the truth. Oh, let's go. Dude, yeah, no, AI's fucking, you got to be careful with that shit, dude. It's a drug. Dude, AI is just another drug, guys.
Okay. And not even just stop the bullet. I also want to be clear here. It's not just that they're saying that it ricocheted and it stopped, and this would maybe be the first time in human history. And please, if you do know a story, you've got an old article, I don't care where it's from, if you saved a newspaper article from the early 1900s in your family of an example, I don't think that bullet existed then, but like of a 30-06 being stopped by a human neck, please present it. I'd like to show that it is possible. Right? It is actually, this happened one time down in Texas. It's possible. But not only are they saying that they stopped it, but I want to remind you that there was minimal damage to the front of Charlie's neck as well. Okay? There was minimal damage to the front of Charlie's neck as well.
It was a pinhole. Yeah. There was no shredding. And just to echo what somebody's saying there in the chat about the flooding is yes, guys, the flooding is years of dryness. Okay? Like there has been so much heating up of the earth and so much heating up of just the temperature of the earth that you go down 10 feet and it's drier and like bone dry down there. So when the rain falls, it's not soaking in like it was. Okay. It is the ever increasing temperature of the earth that's making the substrate, like the underground areas, are getting more and more dry, more and more like less like water saturating. So when it rains up top, it like absorbs into the earth much, much slower. And it's going to keep getting worse. Like it's going to eventually get to the point where it just doesn't really soak into the ground at all, man. Right? It literally is. It's going to fucking rain and it's just going to sit there, bro. Like it's going to take a fucking week for one day of rain to soak into the ground. And we're going to be back in like New Orleans in the fucking, 1700s when they had to leave in the summer because the rainwater just was up to their knees, bro. The whole city would flood. Dude, it's fucked up. I mean, it doesn't take a rocket science to figure it out. I mean, everybody who knows, like you live in Arizona or some shit, if you have a really dry summer and then it rains, the first rain, it floods, man. You know what I'm saying? It's like moist ground will take on more water. Dry ground does not want to take on that water, you know? Right? And yeah, and then the rain shows up in unpredictable areas. That shit's crazy.
So it didn't even cause a lot of, damage as it went in. It just cleanly went in and then ricocheted downward into his stomach. I'm frustrated, obviously, for a lot of reasons, but Erica's that's now being teased, the interview with Bari Weiss, it's being termed a town hall. And Bari is obviously just a Tel Aviv agent. Her entire background story, her rise, her studying in Tel Aviv, her family ties, the hand of Midas pulling her through the ranks a la Jeffrey Epstein. Despite her sub-average intelligence, she's not interesting. She somehow becomes a chief over at CBS News. Right? This actually, what I'm saying about Bari Weiss, this gets into Tucker's quote-unquote problematic speech.
I mean, there is some element of truth to this of like Bari Weiss. Like she's not there because she built her own successful media company. Her media company was a brick free throw, man. No growth, no nothing, no revenue. She didn't build shit. She is very connected, powerful family, very connected to, international fucking, Zionist sort of like realm, and Larry Ellison grabs her and puts her in charge of CBS. She is like the 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗶 of CBS, right? Dude, she was terrible during the first Trump term too, man. She was a Trump apologist, like while also simultaneously appearing. Like these are the people that I hated the most, guys. Okay? Because there are people who are just straight up apologists like Scott Jennings, okay? And Scott Jennings is a piece of shit, okay? He is. But then there's somebody like Maggie Haberman, who I find to be more destructive than Scott Jennings, because Scott Jennings is a piece of shit, but he's obvious and he's defending Trump. But somebody like Maggie Haberman or somebody like Bari Weiss, they act like they're anti-Trump, okay? They present themselves like they're holding truth to power and they're challenging them, and they do a little bit, but they only do it enough to look like that while they're simultaneously supporting everything they do in a way. And those people are really dangerous because those are the ones who burrow into the people that are actually anti-Trump and try to like sort of like win them over, okay? And where they act like they're really with you, but they're simultaneously feeding you shit that's trying to flip you. And that's where Bari Weiss and Maggie Haberman, both of them were like, man, both of them I had real fucking problems with. Dude, Toyota Corolla says, yeah, dude, climate change gonna wreck us. My family lives near the coast. Our farm is at risk of disappearing. Imagine New York City underwater in 2100. Yeah, dude, Toyota, dude, that sucks, bro. Dude, where are you at? What coast are you? Are you on the East Coast? Dude, because I feel like the East Coast is getting it a little worse than the West Coast is right now because you guys have the fucking hurricane shit over there. You guys have a different weather system. You get a more combative weather system on the East Coast, right? Dude, Trump is a fucking clown, bro.
At SAS, when he jumped on stage and basically asked that question, how are all of these subpar people becoming billionaires? The rest of us have to work forever. They're not interesting. They're not talented. And they just seemingly are just getting all of this money and opportunities offered to them. This is clearly not a meritocracy that we're living under. It feels more like, and I'm saying this, more like a cartel. Okay, Bari Weiss is actually one of the people that we should study when it comes to being unimpressive and just getting handouts anyways. It's like welfare. I feel like she's on welfare. Like we all have to work and she gets promoted. And she's going to be unimpressive in this clip because that's her default. She can't even convincingly ask the prepared, loaded question that she is going to deliver to Erica. And this question, like I said, has likely, by the way, been reviewed and marked up by lawyers, but she still is not even convincing despite having it ahead of time.
Dude, she is shredding them, dude. Oh my God.
Delivery. Take a listen.
The podcaster 𝗙ance 𝗫𝗍𝗧, okay? At one time, a friend of Charlie's, at one time, an employee of Turning Point. She has been one of the main peddlers of these conspiracies, and she is making a huge amount of money on it. She is building her business off of these lies.
Dude, see, what's crazy about this, guys? And I mean, dude, I'm going to go back and watch this again. I had to pause there, though, because, yeah, is 𝗙ance grifting? Sure. But, dude, 𝗙ance had 5 million YouTube subs, guys. She had a very established fan base, and that's why her version of this conspiracy shit is taking off. She is not creating a business based on Charlie Kirk. She had a business that was a whole bunch of Charlie Kirk fans, and she has stepped in and offered them a version of events that they're really connecting to, and she is exploiting that. But she had a huge YouTube fan base. All right, massive, bigger reach than TPUSA on YouTube by a long shot. Okay, and so this idea that she is like exclusively capitalizing, you're right, she's playing the game. I mean, dude, I'm making this content because it does good and because I have a personal interest in it. That's why the content goes, right? I mean, you follow, you're not going to make content that gets you no views. You know what I mean? And dude, right? No, dude, they're like, she has a real fucking fan base, guys. She has a real fan base of cultish weirdos. Okay. And that is a great way of putting it. A professional social media wrecking ball is such a great way of putting it, dude. She has been a social media wrecking ball her whole career. She aligned with Kanye, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, she will play with whoever is causing the most damage, and she will out there and fucking add them to her fucking fan base, right? But here's the problem I have, though, is look at Barry Weiss. Oh, 𝗙ance, so bad, building her whole business. But, like, what about Erica fucking Kirk, bro? Right? What about this shit? Like my tweet today that is blowing up. Okay? I have a tweet that's blowing the fuck up, dude, from today. This one right here. Look at this shit. Because my tweet is, tell me again. Okay? Tell me again who exactly is celebrating Charlie Kirk's death and who is cashing in on it at the merch table. Look at that. The way she fucking like rotates. Dude, this is a performance with the pyrotechnics and a fucking room full of people that they're cashing in with. Like, look at this shit. She was Instagramming pictures of her fucking husband's corpse the day he got shot, bro. Look at that. Like, tell me again who's fucking doing this shit. Who's celebrating, dude? She is fucking, like, living it up, bro. She is living it the fuck up. And what else do we have, dude? If we're looking at Erica Kirk, look at this shit, bro. Dude, what do we have? We have, right? What is she doing right now? She's on a goddamn book tour, bro. Look at her. What the fuck is this, bro? Like, you're going to tell me that that's the woman who's out there, like, decrying political violence? And they're taking in hundreds of millions of dollars, and now she's trying to cram their bullshit into schools, and she's going to assault our children with her religious brain fry, right? And and again, dude, I'm sure she's grieving on some level, but she's mental on another level because she's like trying to fucking cash in on this shit. But dude, this is insane, bro. You don't do this shit when your husband dies. That's fucking weird, but she's trying to start some fucking religious revolution. I think she thinks she's like a prophet or some shit. She is like torched in the head, you know? And so Barry Weiss, right, is up here with, oh, 𝗙ance, is so grifting. Like, give me a fucking break, bro. You know what I'm saying? Give me a fucking break.
In this delivery. Take a listen.
The podcaster Candace Owens, okay? At one time, a friend of Charlie's, at one time, an employee of Turning Point. She has been one of the main peddlers of these conspiracies, and she is making a huge amount of money on it. She is building her business off of these lies. What do you want to say to her and the other people that are putting these lies out into the world right now?
Oh, and the other people, look at her! Dude, look at what the fuck is this, bro? Oh my God, dude. She is so whacked out, dude. What in the actual fuck is wrong with this woman? Dude, it is Zool. Dude, it is like a Ghostbusters shit, bro. Like, it's so phony, dude. Like, what is she even doing, man? She's in a Ghostbusters movie. Dude, Barry White can fucking eat a bag of dicks, bro. Dude, Barry White, fuck Barry White. This shit, I'm telling you right now, guys, the more exposure they put with this crazy, whacked out Erica Kirk woman, the more they put this woman front and center, the more it is going to ruin their movement. Okay? You know what I mean? The more it's going to ruin their movement, dude. They have this is going to destroy their fucking movement, boss. Right? Play the clip, then comment. No, man. If you want to play the clip and then hear a comment afterwards, you need to watch another streamer, dude. I am stream of consciousness. We go. We go, baby. We go. All right? We comment when we comment. Fuck the clip. You've already seen the fucking clip. You know what I'm saying? You don't come here to see the clip. You've already seen the clip by the time you come here. Dude, we go to town on this shit, bro. That's what sets us apart. Right? Dude, if you want to hear the clip and comment, go watch David Pakman. Right? Some of that boring ass shit. All right, here we go.
At one time, an employee of Turning Point. She has been one of the main peddlers of these conspiracies, and she is making a huge amount of money on it. She is building her business.
We do love you, though.
Off of these lies. What do you want to say to her and the other people?
The other people
that are putting these lies out into the world right now. Stop.
Oh, yeah.
That's it. That's all I have to say.
Oh, dude, stop. Dude, like, really?
And the other...
Dude, hold on.
In this
dude,
delivery.
hold
Take a
on.
listen.
Now we got to watch the whole thing, dude. What the fuck? Like, there's her big moment, right? And she's like, stop. That's all I got to say. Oh, shit, dude. That's funny.
The podcaster Candace Owens, okay? At one time, a friend of Charlie's, at one time, an employee of Turning Point. She has been one of the main peddlers of these conspiracies, and she is making a huge amount of money on it. She is building her business off of these lies.
Stop.
What do you want to say to her and the other people that are putting these lies out into the world right now? Stop. That's it. That's all I have to say. Stop.
Dude. Dude, this ain't even good reality TV, dude. That's it? That's all you have to say? Like, oh, yeah, all right, dude. And it's, ironically, it's the woman who supports the rapist that says that, right? Dude, she has, like, zero riz, bro. Like, oh, my God, dude. Dude, oh, and is that what it's about? Because if Erica tells me to stop, I'll stop. So she's thinking that if I say stop, now Candace is going to fucking give up. Like, bro, come on. Dude, what on earth are we doing? Like, it is so... She's just so out of her league here. She is, dude. I mean, we got to remember, dude, she's a pageant girl. And I'm not putting down pageant girls, because there are certainly some pageant girls that are really smart. There are, okay? But there are also some pageant girls that are really fucking dumb. All right. We've seen the fucking answers. Oh, world peace. I want to achieve world peace. We know that some of these pageant girls are not smart. Okay. That really the pageant girls who are smart usually become models, or they don't just do the pageant circuit. Okay. They fucking take their fucking brains and their smarts and they go and they become reporters or shit like that. But like Erica Kirk didn't go to a good school. Okay. She went to fucking Liberty University and shit like that. She got her master's, but she got her master's in a law school at like second-rate colleges. Erica did. She had rich parents and she was like, she's not a smart pageant girl. Okay. If you look at her, dude, she's just not that smart. Okay. She's not. And I mean, her mom is really smart. Her mom's a fucking genius and has multiple PhDs and has, started her own fucking drone tech company. Her mom, Erica Kirk's mom, is like a goddamn genius, but Erica Kirk ain't. Right? That's really, I think that's part of the problem, dude. She is just way out of her depth. Okay. But her mom is like fucking like, her mom's fucking brilliant.
So this is just to me. I'm going to also let you know they pre-recorded this. Obviously, I told you this yesterday from about 11 o'clock to 4 p.m. I have sources just everywhere. CBS News, the people that were in the audience I showed you were emailing me, and they had to do multiple takes because Barry wanted to read a prompter. These questions were pre-submitted. Okay. And
multiple takes. Interesting, guys. Dude, multiple takes. Yeah, no, she is creepy. Erica Kirk, she's creepy, guys, because she's a fraud. Okay? I mean, at the bottom of this, guys, she's a fraud. Okay? No matter what you think about anything, her and Charlie were both frauds. I mean, how do you know? How do you know? Because Erica Kirk's from a family where her mother is a highly successful business runner with multiple advanced degrees, PhDs. Erica Kirk had multiple advanced degrees, and they were making millions of dollars going around telling people to quit college and have kids. They're frauds. They weren't telling kids to live the life they were living. They were out there trying to con kids into living the life that the evangelical billionaires funding them wanted them to tell kids to live. Okay? They do fake shit for money. And then because they're a Christian, they think they're allowed to get away with it because they're selling Christianity, right? They are frauds that use religion and scripture to fucking advance their fraudulence and cash in on that shit. They're fakes. They're scoundrels. Okay? They're even worse than like a thief, who walks into a fucking business and steals because at least he's showing you he's a fucking thief. These thieves are the kind of thieves that are like wolves in fucking sheep's clothing. They're jackals, okay, that get into, priest outfits and then they terrorize people. They're fucking jackals is what they are. They're like religious terrorists, okay? Erica Kirk and TPUSA and these band of fucking people. They're jackals. I'm telling you, man. They're fucking, they're scoundrels because they're faking like they're the good guy while they're knifing you in the back, man. And that's so dishonorable. But the fact that there were multiple takes, dude, I want to see some release of the other takes, guys. We need a leak.
I would like to respond to this loaded question. What would you like to say? The podcaster 𝗙𝗏 𝗠𝗆, and I'm not even going to address this repeat talking point about people making money, except for the people that have actually made off of all of the money, millions upon millions of dollars. But this is the new thing. It's like if you keep doing what you were already doing in podcasting or keep doing what you were already doing and doing ballistics on YouTube, if you catch a bunch of views, they want to convince you that like you wake up and you turn into a millionaire. Building her business. What are you talking about? I already had this business. I was already at the top of the charts. Okay, I said I wasn't going to talk about it. I actually did because it's so ridiculous. Okay. But she says, I'm lying. And Eric responds, and her answer to what do you want to say to the podcaster 𝗙𝗏 𝗠𝗆, who is lying, is stop. So Erica would like me to stop lying. And I would like to honor that. Okay. I can only honor that if Erica is more explicit in terms of what I have lied about. What did I lie about? It's just incredible. There have this opportunity. The questions have been before. You could just start like going through them. Maybe they will. By the way, it's coming on Saturday. Maybe.
See, that's what's interesting. I mean, dude, you got to hand it to Candy O. She's bringing a big point because obviously that question was faked because Barry Weiss said Candace Owens and all of these other YouTubers are lying. What do you want to say to all these liars? But like, why doesn't Erica dismantle the lies? You know what I mean? It's like show Candace's lies and dismantle them, right? But they're not. It's just everybody who's not Erica Kirk is a liar, and Erica Kirk wants them to stop and leave her alone. But like, dude, like I've seen people point out TPUSA's lies, right? A lot of lies have happened from TPUSA. And I've seen many people, not just Candace Owens, calling them out on the TPUSA lies. I find TPUSA lying still, not just about Charlie Kirk, but just in general. They lie like between 5 and 20 times a day, man. Their entire world is propagandist lying, okay? The entire TPUSA, they've been doing that for a fucking decade, bro. But like, point out the lies. Dude, yeah, no, they're not going to stop her. I mean, the problem is Candace Owens, Candy O is bigger than them. Okay, Candy O is going to steal all of their fucking voters. And Candy O has a distinct advantage, guys, okay? Because no matter who's telling the truth and who's lying, here's the facts. The facts of the matter is so many people in the TPUSA Charlie Kirk fandom are like, they're devastated. They can't process what happened to Charlie, and they're all religious, so they are predisposed to believe conspiracy theories because the fact of some random kid just shooting Charlie is too big to bear, because then they're all in danger. They have to believe it was a government conspiracy. Otherwise, they're in danger too. Every one of these influencers is in danger if it was some random kid. So they are predisposed to need this to be a conspiracy theory just for them to be able to survive mentally. And Candace is going to just be like, yeah, let's go. Wait, what do I hear? Oh, yeah, there we go. And yeah, dude, they created her. They made the monster. And she's better at this than them. Dude, Erica Kirk is not a social media wrecking ball. Dude, Erica Kirk is a fucking stand there with a fucking crown on your head person. Dude, she has no chance. Dude, Erica Kirk has no chance against Candace Owens. Because Candace Owens is at least, even if you hate her, she's entertaining to watch talk. Dude, Erica Kirk, when I watch Erica Kirk talk, as soon as I'm done watching Erica Kirk talk, I go make sure my doors are locked, bro. I'm serious, dude. After I watch Erica Kirk speak, I go and check and make sure all my doors are locked. I go check the basement, like I'm looking under beds and shit, because she is fucking creepy. Dude, you know? Like, she is not winning this battle. And I know I'm not alone. I know you get that vibe too, dude. Erica Kirk is fucking creepy, dude. She is creepy. I'm serious, dude. Dude, you know who she reminds me of? Erica Kirk. She reminds me of, I can't remember her name, the woman who in Arizona who stabbed her boyfriend. What was her name? Hispanic woman. Yeah, Jodi Arias. Dude, Jodi. That's who it was. Jodi Arias. That's who fucking Erica Kirk reminds me of, dude. Her eyes, bro. Right? Tell me this woman and Erica Kirk doesn't have that vibe to her, dude. Right? I'm serious, man. I look at fucking, like, I look at Erica Kirk and I'm telling you, dude, it's similar vibes, boss, where she's just got that crazy, bro. And when she gets tearful, it's like you're just not buying it. You know what I mean? 24/7, like just blank lying, dude. You know what I mean? Look at her all tearful and you're like, oh shit, dude, check under the doors. Dude, I was heavy into this case, bro. Right? Where she was like Jody was a honeypot as well, dude. Right? She was a honeypot. I mean, there's something about the sociopathic honeypots that are like a little fucking weird, man. You know? Right. If they cry, it is. They can summon the tears because they're crying about their own experience, dude. Dude, there's just a sociopathic nature, boss. I see very strong parallels to her, bro. Very strong parallels, dude. Oh, man. Dude, that shit. Dude, bunny boiler? Yeah, dude, that single white female vibe. And I mean, guys, I speak of this with some fucking experience because, like, one of the half brothers who molested me is a sociopath who went on to commit sex crimes, and he's in prison. My dad is a sociopath, okay? He was. You know what I mean? He was like, he did not have any empathy. Like my dad, he had this thing when he would hit you, okay, where if you cried, he hit you harder, okay? If you, more sex crimes, yes, thank you, funny grunt. You know, I don't really consider molestation to be a sex crime, though. I probably should adjust that. It's more a crime of power. It really isn't. It's a little bit different, but I know rape is a crime of power too. But it's a little different though, because like as a kid, you don't have any concept of what sex is. So to you, it's not even a sex crime. It's a crime of like of serious power abuse because you're being sexualized to something that you don't even experience those feelings yet because you haven't gone through puberty. But thank you for that correction. It is still a sex crime. It's just, it wasn't a sex crime for me because there was no sex involved. You know what I'm saying? You know, there was there was no such thing as sex when what was done to me was done to me. And that's what makes it so fucked up. But anyway, there are sociopaths in my family, okay? Like my dad, if you cried, he hit you harder, okay? He wanted you to take the hitting and not cry, okay? He was like breeding you to be a sociopath as well, you know? And I mean, dude, that was fucking toxic. And you know why though, guys? You know what it was about? It was about him. When you cried, it like hurt him. It hurt him. He pretended like it didn't, but it hurt him. So I used to cry like all the time. I would cry at movies. I would cry when he would yell at me because it fucking hurt him. So I was like, fuck you. Like you may be a sociopath, but I fucking cry. And fuck you. I'm not going to absolve you from the pain of what you're doing to me. Like, no, you're not going to get off. You're going to watch me hurt, right? Like, try me. You know what I'm saying? And eventually he kind of stopped hitting me because it was too painful for him to hit me. So he would hit like my half brothers and sisters and shit instead because I was not going to let him off the hook. You know what I'm saying? Like, no fucking chance, bro. Dude, it's creepy. Like, sociopaths are fucking creepy, bro. You can relate? I'm sorry that you can relate. You know what I mean? I'm serious. I'm sorry that you can relate. Like, nobody should have to go through that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody should have to go through that. It's fucked up. But I will say this, though, right? What do you mean that your crying hurt his feelings? So the thing about this is like, it's not like it hurt his feelings. It's the psychology of spanking. So spanking is, it's sold to us as like this discipline thing, but spanking is emotionally dysregulating. Okay. And I learned this later on when I became an activist and started like working with anti-spanking foundations. But as a kid, I could just see it, that when a parent like hits a kid, they're hitting the kid out born of their own frustration. Like they haven't been able to control the kid. They told the kid to stop and the kid didn't listen to them. So that means they're a bad parent. There is some kind of thing activated in the parent where they have lost control and they're trying to marshal control of the kid. But every injury they cause to that kid is a bit of shame that they carry. It wounds them. They are wounded. When a parent spanks a kid, the parent is wounding themselves and they're feeling shame about it, whether they acknowledge it or not, And that shit racks up. The more they hit the kid, the more shame they experience. And that shame is causing them to hit the kid more. And it just becomes this cycle. And so, like, my dad wanted you to not, he sold us this idea that I want you to be tough. So don't fucking cry and I'll stop hitting you. But the reality is the more you cry, the more that shame would take hold in him. And then the more he would hit you and the more he would feel shame and he would get trapped in a fucking cycle. But I could see it in his eyes that he was not well when he was hitting me. It was hurting him. In fact, I think even more than it was hurting me. And it was hurting me a lot. But he was lost because he couldn't even see it. He said that. I'll give you something to cry about. That was a big part of his manhood. But so my part of my standing up to him, right? Part of my standing up to him was making sure he took the punishment of his own actions. It was a big part of and I think it's relevant, guys. You have to remember this shit when dealing with somebody like Trump and these fascist Christian freaks. Is you can't let them off, right? Like I see people say you should just ignore them. And it's like, no, you don't want to ignore them. You have to reflect back with your emotions. It like they see the shame of their actions when you strike back at them. They do, even if they don't admit it, right? Fuck them. You know what I'm saying? Fuck these abusers. You know what I mean? Don't give them the pleasure of making you numb. Don't give them the pleasure of making you okay with their abuse, man. You know what I'm saying? You gotta fucking get in on that shit, bro. You gotta get in on it.
I've made a mistake somewhere and I'm happy. I want to correct that, right? I'm not interested. My goal is not to tell lies. It is obviously plausible that I have made mistakes. I've reviewed these lists that we've put together and I can't find the lie, okay? The lies that I find are coming out of Turning Point USA. Okay, and here are some of those lies. Mikey had blood all over him. Okay, Mikey has offered that his dad was confused. I'll accept that. Well, I didn't lie about that. Rob McCoy lied. His father also said he called his father first. Maybe Rob McCoy was confused. Mikey being a hero for walking away doesn't feel honest. Charlie's neck stopping a .30-06 bullet because he ate healthy and had strong bones. It was a modern day Christian miracle.
Yeah, the Christian miracle part, nobody's buying that shit.
That feels like a pretty big lie. Okay. Charlie never wavered in his support for Israel was a nasty lie. Maybe Barry want to what do you want to say to the people that literally lied about what Charlie was living through in the last weeks of his life?
Dude, I mean, this shit is getting weird with the Charlie Israel thing. Right? Dude, Diana Boss, let's go. Appreciate you. You know what I'm saying? Like this shit is getting weird, guys. With, Erica's like saying that Charlie walked around saying Shabbat Shalom. And are we really believing that? Did anybody ever, was there ever an indication that Charlie was saying Shabbat Shalom? They've basically almost made it look like he was, you know what I mean? I mean, dude, what are they doing, bro? This shit is so Netanyahu involved, right? They're outrageous with their fucking shit on that stuff.
stop Josh Hammer? Stop Bibi Netanyahu? No, I'm sorry. Barry Weiss is here. We're not going to get to that. Charlie was a committed evangelical who only liked Catholic architecture. Did I lie about that? Nope. Turning Point USA lied about that. And I was attacked for telling, I'm attacked for catching the lies. We'll get to that later. That's their new method. Once first they accused me of lying.
See, the thing about this, guys, here, let me show you a Charlie clip. I'm not saying Charlie was anti-Israel, okay? Because he wasn't, okay? He was still a Christian. But let me show you a clip, guys, of Charlie Kirk that you can't really take out of context, guys. Let me find this clip. Okay, you ready? There's a PBD clip of Charlie Kirk. October 12th, 2023. Okay? That is the clip. Let me find one where there is a clip. This one. Okay? Let's see if this is it.
But there's another part to this, though. And some of the billionaires look at themselves. There's two categories that I want to mention that we haven't. They look at themselves as masters of the universe. And these are usually tech people. This is Larry Page. This is Sergey Brin. This is Mark Zuckerberg.
I get those guys.
Okay? For them, they really think they can reconfigure society through AI, technocracy, almost like a highly sophisticated oligarchy, because they think that the problem is that we haven't had smart enough people in charge.
See, what's interesting is what these guys who say this shit, Charlie doesn't realize, though, that his religious people are trying to do the same shit, okay? They're trying to do the same shit, guys. They want to reorder society back to what the Bible says it was. Like, everybody's fighting for society, you know?
Almost rule by committee, and I want to be in charge of that committee, okay?
Yeah.
But the second part, Patrick, is that some of these guys will do whatever it takes so that they are favored by the Politburo. They'll give any amount of money. They really don't have any ideological spin either way. They just want to be on the winning team. If the right wing was ascendant in the country, some of these guys would be giving money to like pro-life clinics and churches. Some of these guys just go with the wind. They want to be protected by the regime. They don't really believe anything.
Dude, let me tell you, man. I mean, okay.
Still have the same gut instinct that I did initially. I find this very hard to believe. I've been to that Gaza border.
Okay. Here, watch.
How did these
Watch
guys
this.
not know this was taking place?
So I've been to Israel many times. The whole country's a fortress. When I first heard this story, I still have the same gut instinct.
He's talking about October 7th, guys. Okay, is what he's talking about. The where Hamas went after that music festival.
That I did initially. I find this very hard to believe. I've been to that Gaza border. You cannot go 10 feet without running into a 19-year-old with an AR-15 or an automatic machine gun that's an IDF soldier, right? The whole country is surveilled. And so let me just kind of go through this. We don't talk about Israeli politics very often, and most Americans don't know this. The last 9 months, Israel was on the brink of civil war. It's not an exaggeration. This judicial stuff, there were hundreds of thousands of Israelis taking to the streets because Bibi Netanyahu was basically redefining the Israeli constitution. That's not an exaggeration, right? He said the judicial branch has too much power. There were protests planned this week against Netanyahu, where they anticipated tens of thousands of people to take to the streets. That's all gone, Patrick. Netanyahu now has an emergency government and a mandate to lead. I'm not willing to go so far that saying that Netanyahu knew or there was intelligence here. But I think some questions need to be asked. Was there a stand down order? Was there a stand down order? 6 hours? I don't believe it.
Dude, right?
Israel's the side of New Jersey.
It gets crazier, though. Watch what he says next, guys.
New Jersey. When I took a helicopter ride from Jerusalem to the Gaza border, it's 45 minutes. Wow. 6 hours. They're live streaming the killing of Jews. Did somebody in the government say stand down? That is a legitimate, non-conspiracy question. The whole country is the IDF. The whole country is.
Yeah.
And you're trying to tell me that they're going to concerts and kibbutzes and schools and by reports 6 hours. Let's say it's 3 hours.
That's suspect. Go ahead, Rob.
It's also not like a right-wing reporting. This is from the New York Times. The long wait for help as massacre unfolds in Israel.
9
I can't think of a
hours.
more liberal news outlet than the New York Times.
And by the way, I'm actually very pro-Israel. So let me be very, I mean, so I'm not exactly.
Well, I think we all are.
No, I just want to make sure my position is clear here. But so Patrick, there are other explanations. It's possible that the Netanyahu government was double-crossed by bad agents. Okay? That's dark, but it's not as dark as what we're talking about. Okay? Another aspect is that Netanyahu might have traitors in his government, like legitimate traitors that have infiltrated. I was texting with some senior people.
They don't want to admit that it's Netanyahu, right? You know, this is the conundrum.
The IDF, and they said, Charlie, can't say too much, but let's just say the same problem you have with the left in America we have here in Israel. There's something to think about.
The deep
There's something
state.
To think about, right?
Yeah.
Is that
it's not the war criminal, guys. It's the right. It's not the war criminal Netanyahu or the war criminal Trump. It's the deep state that's doing it. Dude, bullshit. Dude, let's go. Gaza City to Tel Aviv is 44 miles. Dude, that is like nothing, bro. That's so close.
There's some people within those intel agencies that aren't as sympathetic.
Watch this,
Or
though.
maybe, Patrick, maybe they might have gotten a tip. They might have gotten whispers, but no one thought it would be 1,200 Jews dead. That's a potential, right? Because here's the essence of it. The essence is this. This is the closest thing to the Holocaust that any of us have lived through. But the fact is now Bibi and the Israeli hard right government has a mandate.
Here it
I
is.
gotta be careful the way I say this. They're going to try to ethnically cleanse Gaza.
Yep.
I mean, I don't use that term lightly.
Dude,
okay?
you see that right there? That was Charlie Kirk 2 years ago, guys. Okay? This is in fucking, right? This was in, I believe, 2023, right after this shit happened. Watch that again.
Hard right government has a mandate 100 Jews dead. That's a potential, right? Because here's the essence of it. The essence is this. This is the closest thing to the Holocaust that any of us have lived through. But the fact is now Bibi and the Israeli hard right government has a mandate. I got to be careful the way I say this. They're going to try to ethnically cleanse Gaza.
Yep.
I mean, I don't use that term lightly, okay? They're talking about basically removing 2.5 million people from there, okay?
Dude, look at that. This was in the beginning of this. They're going to try to ethnically, how do I say this? I got to be careful. They're going to try to ethnically cleanse Gaza. And of course, the laugh is gross and sick. But like, dude, what is TPUSA right now? It is like super Zionist. Benjamin Netanyahu was like, yeah, man, me and Charlie Kirk are such good buddies. We didn't kill him. Well, like, Israel didn't kill Charlie. But like, bro, Charlie was not Netanyahu's good buddy. Charlie was like pro-Israel in the Christian sense of wanting Israel to like bring about the rapture. But Charlie wasn't he knew like what everybody knows, that they're like a total genocide happening there. Benjamin Netanyahu's a fucking war criminal who wants genocide. Like, we know this. Netanyahu's been trying to do this for 30 fucking years, bro. And the point being is now Erica Kirk is saying that Charlie was running around saying Shabbat Shalom and fucking, right? Kirk was not a Zionist, guys. He was a pro-Israel person, support Israel, and like, I'm not going to get involved over there. He's not going to like take on the cause. He wouldn't do anything to really stop the ethnic cleansing, but he was not a fucking ethnic cleansing guy. He was not a pro-Zionist sort of thing, even though he did want the rapture. Now, I don't think Charlie Kirk would do shit to defend the Palestinian people, right? He wasn't going to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like if all the Palestinian people were being burned and murdered, Charlie Kirk, like they did, Charlie Kirk wasn't going to go out there and say stop, right? You know, he didn't want the Palestinians to die. He wanted all of us to die. Dude, right? Oh, shit. And he didn't take their money, okay, even though he needed it. But now they're taking their money, okay? But, guys, I think that has relevance to this, okay? I think that has relevance to this because he did waver in his support for Netanyahu and the IDF, okay? And even when he was talking about the IDF right there, like, you know, I don't think he fucking was into it. Can I explain the Zionist thing? Not really, Railyard. You should go, like, watch people that are much more educated about the Middle East on that. But like, Zionism is, it's a type of imperialism that believes that, like, the state of Israel should only be free to Jewish people, essentially. And that if you're, right, that the country of Israel is not just the country of Israel that everyone can live in, but it's the country of Israel that only Jews that are native of there will have any rights there. Okay, so it's like what Zionism is it's basically the same thing that Trumpism is with white Christians. Okay, right? Zionism believes that Israel, only the Israeli Jews should have power and rights, and everybody else should be subordinate there, and it is a right to their homeland there, and nobody else, you can live there, but you're not going to have any other rights because you're not an Israeli Jew. And it's literally what Trumpism is. Trumpism is if you're a white Christian in America, you get all the rights, and everybody else should GTFO, okay? Trumpism is American Nazism, and Zionism is like Israeli Nazism. That's what it is. Like, right? They that's their homeland. They took it. It's theirs. Just like America is the white Christians' homeland when they took it from the native people who lived here, right? So it's what it is it's the supremacy part, right? But it's complicated though, because there's a whole bunch of anti-Semitic people that just hate all Jewish people. So what they do is they try to veil their hatred of Jewish people under the Zionist banner, and it makes it really confusing because sometimes you can't tell if an anti-Zionist is also an anti-Semitic person. It gets real blurry with people like, you know, 𝗙𝗪𝗏, for example, where you're like, God damn, dude, why is she doing the happy merchant? That's not like a Zionist thing, right? Like, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, they conflate it and shit, and it gets complicated. But that's basically it. I think Zionism and Trumpism are the same. Just one of them is white Christians, and one of them is trying to use the Jewish Israeli, you know, the Israeli Jewish faith to fucking, but it's real similar, dude. You know, that's a decent definition. Oh, thank you, Drea. Yeah, I mean, it's hard. It's hard. Like, I get it now. I did a little bit of research, and so I do now understand I totally understand like what it's about now, that it's about that supremacy and the imperialism that comes with that supremacy. I think to me, it's because I have so much, like I've had so many ties to Jewish people that aren't Zionists and don't believe in that supremacy aspect, that it's like I tend to be on the real careful side of making sure that, you know, that they don't get attacked because of it, right? That, you know, and it's the same shit that I do, like, you know, like I don't want Muslim people, I don't want fucking, you know, Somali people to get attacked because of Donald Trump shit, right? Are all Zionists Jewish? No, there's a whole bunch of Christian Zionists too, right? Because, you know what I mean? I'm just real sensitive to the way the anti-Semitic people try to hide under Zionism. And it gets complicated for me because it can be some blurry lines, because there are some people that are like virulently anti-Semitic, but they don't think they are. And I think 𝗙𝗪𝗏 is a really good one because she really thinks she's not anti-Semitic. But I've been watching 𝗙𝗪𝗏 for like, you know, a year and a half now. And that woman grapples with some deep-rooted anti-Semitism. So does Cenk Uygur. And it's like pretty fucking bad, bro. That like, you know what I mean? Yeah, not quite. It's the Zionist tries to inflate that all Jews are Zionists. No, yeah, no, I get it, dude. Absolutely. Like, Zionists tried to push the conflations. Yeah, I mean, that's a whole other side of it too, right? Is like, of course, because on the one hand, you have anti-Semitic people who use the anti-Zionism umbrella to go in there and be able to be anti-Semitic and look like they're not. But you also have what fucking Jude is talking about, where the Zionists try to make any attacks on Zionism being anti-Semitic because then they're protected. They try to use anti-Semitism to protect them from reproach, right? Oh, I'm above reproach here. And you know, it's really interesting because I see those tactics happen here in America, right? Like, I'm telling you guys, it's real similar. It is what the Trumpies, MAGA does that with racism, okay? MAGA tries to imply that all black people are above reproach, and that's a sign of racism against white people, okay? They do that here too, where they conflate it, where it's like, you know what I mean? Every time a white guy is held to a standard, they imply that every black person has no consequences, right? You know what I mean? And they try to use that to build their white supremacy here. Like, oh, you can't criticize a black guy, is what the fucking MAGA will say, right? Oh, you can't hold a black guy accountable, right? And it's like real similar to that. Like, I feel like it's that same thing where they're like, you know, those Zionist supremacist people try to insist that there is no such thing as like all Jewish people support them, and like, oh, you're saying something against me, now you're insulting Jewish people, right? Dude, it's fucked up. It is fucked up. You know, but again, the thing that I like to remember, and this isn't just about the Zionist shit, but it's about all of the isms, is the reason why the Zionists can do that conflation, and the reason why MAGA can use the black people to, they're above reproach, so therefore you're hurting white people. The reason they can do it is because of the existence of black racism and because of the existence of this global anti-Semitism. That's like the existence of anti-Semitism is how they're able to capitalize with it, you know? And dude, it's fucked up, bro. You know what I'm saying? It is just fucked up because it has that deep, multi-layered fucking attack. You know what I mean? That's what makes it so hard to unravel, is that multiple layers, you know? You know what I'm saying? So, like, for me, my thing is my personal thing is this, is I would like to, the same way that, like, I don't want Trumpism to equal America, right? Like, Trumpism doesn't equal America. I know that there are people around the globe that are now saying America is ethnically cleansing fucking immigrants. America is taking away women's rights. America, right? But it's not. It is Trumpism, and it is Donald Trump and his minions. And so I personally like to separate Israel from Zionism, okay? Because there are a whole bunch of people in Israel, Israeli people, Jewish Israeli people, that are completely not Zionist at all. So I don't like I think using the term Israel for Zionists is a little dangerous, because that's where it gets blurry. The same way if somebody were to, you know, call everything Trump does America. But it's like, no, man, there's like half of America doesn't agree with Trumpism, even more than that. And so I think the separation of America from Trumpism, and I think a separation of Israel from Zionism, I prefer to like try to establish that boundary, because I think when you call Zionism Israel, you are towing the line of like implying that all of Israel is Zionist. And I totally disagree with that. You know what I'm saying? Conflating anti-Semitism to Jews is another form. Yeah, no, I get it that Palestinians and Arabs are Semitic people, but I think like it is like I get that, but like then we gotta like I've always had that be called Islamophobia because of their Muslim religion. So like I get that anti-Semitism is like the Palestinians and the Arabs are Semitic people, but we have used nomenclature of like Islamophobia and anti-Semitism in my lifetime was only used to like talk about what happened to Jewish people. And like, so if we're going to change the terms and shit, like that's fine. But like I just ask for some clarity. I don't like people talking about Israel when they're talking about Zionism, because I think that is bad for the non-Zionist Israelis and for the other Jewish people in general that aren't part of the Zionist movement. And that's my personal belief. Like, I would like us to be more clear, right? And like, if we want to talk about the wide anti-Semitism definition that includes Palestinians and Arabs, then yeah, let's talk about that. But then we also have to talk about what Islamophobia is. And I like, it's just so convoluted, right? Because there's anti-Semitism that is people just talking about Jews, and the whole globalist idea of believing that Jews are this cabal that control the world and all this crazy shit. And like, I would just like better boundaries around this stuff. Me personally, that's the thing that's really hard about the discussion is, you know what I'm saying? And the hard thing is though, is yeah, but so Midnight Marauders, when you say you can't without Zionism, there would be no Israel, but no, that's not exactly true, because I believe, right, there was like the anti-Semitism came first, and then the Holocaust happened, and then the world tried to make up for the Holocaust. And then what ended up happening was the goodwill of the world to try to do good based on the Holocaust got capitalized on by the Zionists. You know what I'm saying? That's just it. The same way that Trumpism is trying to capitalize on the fucking resentment from a black president and the racist part of America. You know what I'm saying? But I think originally the thing with Israel was the world was trying to make up for the Holocaust. And maybe they didn't do it well. Plenty of Arabs are non-Muslim. Yeah. I get it. But like, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying like I see where you're saying, Jude, but like I have never known any Arab people that like called the resentments against them anti-Semitism. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if they didn't say it that way because they were upset, and to them anti-Semitism like had a Jewish connotation. But like, you know, I don't know. I've seen a lot of Arab resentment against Jews and a lot of Jews resentment against Arab. And even though they're both Semitic people, I've not yet seen a lot of them cooperating like Semitic people together, fighting jointly. And I mean, I kind of feel like Zoran Mamdani is an example of like somebody who's sort of breaking that mold. But I'm just saying what I've seen up until now has been a lot of fucking, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? That has been a lot of problematic, and a lot of this resentment, guys, you ready? Let me just tell you from a theological perspective, a lot of this resentment is about the religion, because Judaism is the oldest religion, guys, okay, of the Abrahamic. Judaism was the original, okay? And so as Christian factions developed and then the younger brother Islam developed, I'm talking about just the Abrahamic religions. So Israel, like Judaism, has been resented because it was the original foundational religion, and the other Abrahamic religions that spawned off of it from the very beginning were at war with it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And so that is fucking complicated. And yes, we know there are Arab Jews. We know there are Arab Jews, but again, like, you know, the fact of the matter is there are Jews of every nationality, right? But when you go to the Middle East, all of those Middle Eastern countries kind of like coalesce their religion and their fucking nationality into a very confusing and complicated brew, okay? Because the thing is every country, with the exception of like one or two, every country is a religious-driven fucking sort of a theocratic thing over there in the Middle East. They're all like kingdoming it. You know what I'm saying? And they're doing that on purpose to fuse the religion with, they're doing what Constantine did in 300 fucking BC when he used Christianity to like entrench power. So that makes it really complicated too, because the governments in all of those countries are muddying the waters, you know, to fucking, right? They're muddying the waters, boss, on purpose, you know? But anyway, I don't want to talk about all that because I just feel like that's a fucking rat's nest that, you know, we could talk about that forever. And you know what I'm saying? It's not the basis of my content. You know what I mean? It's not. It's never going to be the basis of my content because it's just too complicated for me, guys. You know what I'm saying? I feel, and like I'm not Semitic. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like the people that need to be leading that revolution need to be Semitic people, whether they're Palestinians or Arabs or Jewish people. I feel like the thought leaders of those revolutions, like I need to be listening to them more than pontificating about that, right? That's my personal feeling. You know what I'm saying? That like my thing is I just wish religion would go away. And I think we'd have a much better problem solving this. You know what I'm saying? Dude, we know Palestinians are Semitic. Everybody knows that. Okay, right? Palestinians are Semitic. We know that. But what I don't see is Palestinians, like when they're being discriminated against, I don't see Palestinians calling it anti-Semitism. Okay? I see Jewish people calling it anti-Semitism when they are discriminated against. And that is like, maybe we need more Palestinians to start like talking about anti-Semitism. I just that's not what I was seeing when I was growing up. And you know, I don't know if that's starting to happen now. You know what I'm saying? And like maybe that would help fucking untangle some of this shit if they became part of the anti-Semitic movement too and were like fusing with the Jewish people, right? Maybe that would be good. But like I haven't seen that happen. You know what I mean? I haven't seen that shit. But like for me though, I just ask that you separate Zionism and Israel, right? For me, that's my personal thing. That's where I'm a stickler, okay? Because you know what I'm saying? Because all of Israel is not Benjamin Netanyahu, you know what I mean? And dude, there's so many, like, it's so crazy in the Middle East, guys, right? Even in the Middle East, even the fucking Muslim groups are fighting each other, right? That's what's so crazy. The Muslims are fighting the Muslims, and the Jews are fighting the Jews, and the Jews are fighting the Muslims, and the Muslims are fighting the Jews, and the Israelis are fighting the Palestinians, and the Palestinians are fighting the Iranians, and the Saudi Arabians are fighting the Iranians, and like, it's like everybody is fucking fighting everybody there. To where I don't even know who's on the fucking same, like, I don't even know who's on the same side anymore. You know what I mean? I mean, does anybody over there know who in the Middle East is on the same side? I have no fucking clue, guys. That's what I have not been able to figure out. Of all those countries, yeah, because no one is helping Palestine. Why is that? Why are none of those other countries helping the Palestinians, man? Is it because of the U.S.? Because we back Israel? Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's what's so fucked up, bro. Iran is? All right. Dude, that's good to know. I did know an Iranian girl, and she was amazing, dude. She was a fucking something special, right? I had one close relationship with an Iranian girl in my fucking 20s. Zara, she was incredible, dude. Dude, she was like a power source. They resented, for the most part, of their behavior. Jews who follow the Talmud, more of supremacists than Christian right and Muslims. Yeah. I mean, for me, guys, dude, thank you, Jude. My thing is this. I just want religion gone. All right? I think if we got religion gone, we'd have a fighting chance. Right? That's my thing, dude. Dude, tiny Yemen. Dude, Yemen. Dude, I like saying the word Yemen. Right? But man, dude, it's fucked up. All right, back to Candy. Dude, thank you for the sidebar, guys. I appreciate it. And you're right, dude. It's the colonialism, imperialism, fallen empire. You're not wrong. Dude, there's a lot to learn. But again, guys, I know this sounds crazy, okay? But like, as a white guy who is fucking grown up in Wisconsin and Los Angeles, neither of which had like a large Palestinian population. I did not grow up having a large connection to, I don't know a lot of Muslim people. I know some, small handful, but I did not grow up in a Muslim neighborhood. I grew up in black neighborhoods. I went to schools that had a high black and Hispanic population, right? I was in a Jewish fraternity in college. So I haven't had a lot of Muslim exposure, and I'm trying to get more, trying to like learn about it. But I do feel like the same way that I feel like, you know, I feel like as a white Midwestern guy, I'm not really the leader of the fucking, you know, the anti-Zionist movement. I feel like it's a little out of my league. And maybe, you know, maybe I'll grow as I get to know more, because I definitely feel more comfortable talking about it now than I did like 2 years ago, right? When I was really like not like very knowledgeable. But I do feel like we need Palestinian and fucking Arab and Israeli and Jewish and Muslim thought leaders that to sort of lead the way with the detangling of this. And like the thing that's really hard though for me, guys, and this is the thing that's hard, and this may not be correct, but sometimes when I go in there, and no, I know a Muslim, let's go, cash bags. No, I mean, I was talking about people that I know in my personal life, and I do know some Muslims now, but for a long time I didn't, right? But the Middle East is afraid of Israel and the U.S. I know, Jude, I know that's a big part of the problem. But the thing that's really complicated with me, right, was I feel sometimes like I am hard pressed, okay, to figure out who in the Middle East wants peace, okay? That's the thing that's really complicated for me, guys. I know there's a bunch of people in America right now who want peace in the Middle East, and there's people in everywhere outside of the Middle East who want peace and a two-state solution, but I'm not really sure who in the Middle East wants peace. That I feel like the jury is out for me, because every time I delve in there, no matter which side of the equation I look at, it doesn't seem like anybody there wants peace. But it seems like all the peace wanters are everybody outside of there. And that's really fucking like heartrending to me, because it seems like a lot of the factions there are trying to just exacerbate the warring tendencies, right? You know, Saudi Arabia befriends the U.S. and then they goad Israel on, but Israel never touches Saudi Arabian interests. And then they get to just like It helps weaken everybody so Saudi Arabia stays safe, and so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, it almost seems like they want it's almost like the Palestinians are the ones who fucking bear the brunt of all the pain, so every other country there can protect their own interests. And that fucking bothers me. Because I'm like, regionally, why aren't, like, I don't know, man. I'm like really saddened, like who regionally there is actually fighting for peace while the Palestinian people just get the shit kicked out of them over and over and over and over again, you know? And like, I mean, that's really troubling to me because it's like, if we don't have advocates in the region that are stalwart, like peace seekers, then like, how are we going to get peace? We can't force it on them, you know what I mean? And like, that's really, I don't know. I get really confused about that. You know, I do. I don't know who our allies are and who they aren't. You know what I mean? Dude, it's really disheartening, but all right. Oh shit, dude. It's 3 a.m., bro. Dude, we got derailed. All right. We got to finish this. How long do we have? We got to finish watching some of this, and then I got to go. I got to go make some videos. But dude, man, I just want to get rid of religion. Do you have to live in certain places like New York to see the anti-Semitism? I mean, no, you can see it online, Railyard. Just get on Twitter. You'll see it. Open a Twitter account. You'll see anti-Semitism. I mean, you definitely like, you know, I think you actually see it less in places like New York and LA, right? I mean, it's not that it doesn't exist, but like in LA, I lived in a neighborhood that was really close to a Hasidic neighborhood, right? Where there are like the deeply Orthodox Jewish guys that like dress, you know, you see them in their suits and their hats, and they have the curl, and they're wearing their prayer gowns underneath. And I mean, I knew people in the Hasidic community, and when you live in that environment where the people are openly existing, it's much less noticeable because there's so many people that everybody accepts one another, and it's much easier to see it. Do you see? So in Portland, there's not really a large Jewish community here in Portland, so no. Like Portland, you know, the way Portland is you don't really see, you don't really see any of the shit in Portland because Portland is pretty separated, right? I mean, I hate to say it, like you don't even really notice a lot of the racism in Portland unless you move into a black neighborhood. And then the minute you move into a mixed race neighborhood, you notice that all the black people are now moving out because they've been priced out of the neighborhood. But like Portland is like not big enough. Like we're still, the people of color or whatever are still like moved, right? I think what you see in Portland, there's a little bit more of on the West Coast, it's more of us is like against anti-Asian sentiment is what you see on the West Coast, right? And this is all of the West Coast. You go to San Francisco, it's a high Asian population. There's a high Asian population in Seattle, like the port towns. We have much more of an Asian, and there's like Indian, right? It's a little bit different here. There's not a large like Muslim contingent in Portland. There's not a huge black population in Portland, right? The West Coast is a little different. But again, you're going to see most of the isms in the towns where there aren't any of those people, right? That's where you really see it. Go to an all-white neighborhood and you're going to find the racism, you know? You know what I mean? And like, but dude, Portland's got a complex racial history, guys. It does. Portland has a complex racial history. Oregon was whites only when it was founded. And the roots of racism are still here, which is why, and then the natives, right? There's a lot of native populations here that have been squeezed on a reservation, which is why Oregon is really about like land recognition and shit like that, because we have a lot of pain of racism and taking from the natives here in Oregon. But what Oregon is, what Portland is we're on the forefront of the fucking LGBTQ rights. And you know, and that was really, I bought a house in Oregon in a mixed race neighborhood, and I remodeled my house, and then I caused that neighborhood to become less mixed race simply by trying to remodel a decrepit house in a neighborhood that was beautifully mixed race. That was my real introduction to how racist America still is when I moved into a neighborhood and I did a good thing for the neighborhood, and then I destroyed the fucking neighborhood, guys, while intending to make it better. And when you do that, you realize, fuck, bro, our system sucks. Okay? Our system sucks. It does. It's brutal, right? You know what I mean? Dude, all right, but we got to get into this.
Then I prove I'm not lying.
Switching gears.
And then their strategy is to attack me for telling the truth and saying, how dare you reveal a personal text message to defend yourself from being called a liar. We can keep going here. Has any of this been clarified? 𝗫𝗠𝗃 said they never had any bad blood between them. I proved that was not true. Again, that also came from a little PR. Alex Clark pulling that move. Next page. 𝗪l Farnsworth was told to remove that SD card by police. That was not true.
Dude, she's got page
𝗪l Farnsworth
2.
personally told me that was not true. 𝗪l removed the SD cards because people were stealing hats. Again, not what 𝗪l Farnsworth himself told me. And also doesn't make any logical sense, because if you were worried about theft, you would have taken the cameras and not just the SD card, particularly from the camera behind his head, as opposed to the cameras that were in front of him.
See, guys, this one right here, to me, number 10 is the biggest one, okay? Number 10 is the biggest one, guys, okay? And it says, Charlie establishing Doge was not unusual. Turning Point has financially audited the company every year since its inception. But guys, Turning Point audits the company with the company that does their taxes. Turning Point has never been audited, guys. Never. Okay? An independent audit is when you have a company outside come in and audit your shit. But Turning Point USA gets their taxes done by Baker Tilly. They get their audits done by Baker Tilly. Turning Point USA has never been audited. Okay? They've never been audited. Their tax people have audited their fucking shit every year, bro. Right? And so Social Butterfly, I know it's systemic racism, but it was when I realized how, like, I profit off of it. Okay? You don't realize how you profit off systemic racism until you go and you move into a neighborhood with your wonderful black neighbors and you fix up your house, and then you force all your black neighbors out of the fucking neighborhood. Because as soon as white people move in, that becomes a white neighborhood. That's white supremacy. That's how it works. Unless you're poor. If you move in there and you don't have any money and you don't fix up your house and you don't fucking increase the income of the neighborhood, then you're fine. But if you move in there and you fix up your house and you make the neighborhood better, you force the black people out. That's our system. It's horrible. You make the neighborhood white and then you profit off of it. And like, my house is worth triple what I paid for it. Right? Meanwhile, I fucking forced all my neighbors to leave. Right? And I did it. I saw it was happening, and I didn't sell my house. I didn't stop fixing up my house. I continued it. I made my house amazing, and fucking, and then I got a whole bunch of credit cards and started a huge money-making business and got famous and shit because I had no house payment because my house was paid off. And like, you know what I mean? I just milked it to here we are. I'm starting my second fucking content business, right? Just profiting while my house ever increases in value. And now everyone in my city can't afford rent, right? And so I know I didn't do it, that it's the system, but I'm taking the money you know, and like I'm trying to change the system a little bit, but we'll see. It sucks. It you know, and I don't sit there and beat myself up, but it is, you know, it weighs on my heart. You know what I'm saying? To participate in capitalism and prosper in it, I have to like grapple with that. It doesn't feel good to me. And I do it. I want to set up my son. I want to fucking take care of Jenny. I want to, like, you know, not struggle my whole life, but it weighs on my heart. It is something that I am conflicted about, being a fucking capitalist. And mostly I was like an anti-capitalist with no money, no property. Once you own property, you sell your soul a little bit, man. You know what I'm saying? It's fucked up. Once you start owning property, it gets complicated. And if you buy more than one house, if you have a rental property or something, then it's like, oh shit. Then you're really into it. You know what I mean? Like, yikes. Dude, I owe you. All right, Daniel. Dude, let's go. You take PayPal. Dude, guys, I just want to see reparations. I want to see reparations to people of color, Black people, and I want to see reparations to Native people. And I believe that even if it created racial resentment, even if it caused other problems of racism that we would have to work through afterwards, I believe reparations would be a sign of karmic renewal that would ultimately be beneficial, right? I'm telling you, yeah, the resentment is already there, and there might be more resentment, but at least we would have taken a step to do some reparations and to karmically right the wrong. Then we could correctly deal with the resentment. But now we have the resentment and we're not righting the wrong. And that's just never going to get us anywhere. You know, so I think we should do reparations to the Native people in America, to the descendants of Black people in America, right? And just take the hit and then deal with the resentment that comes and have a new world afterwards. But at least we'd have a chance because we would have done some karmic move. It's like the gun battle, right? It's like passing gun laws may not end school shootings, but when you pass a fucking gun law, you're karmically trying to do something, and then you have a chance at figuring it out. But ignoring the problem and pretending it's not a problem will never get you closer to a solution. Okay? That's my thing, you know? And that's why, to a degree, DEI and affirmative action was a little bit of a reparation, and now they fucking removed that too. It's like, goddamn, bro. Like, that was at least a step in the right fucking direction. But like, guys, the bottom line is this, is it's not even about slavery, guys. It's not even about slavery. They want to talk about slavery and say, oh, slavery happened everywhere. It is about the fact that the American settlers came to this country and they did not have the manpower to work the land, guys. America was destined for failure. We were going to fail and get conquered by somebody, some bigger imperialist thing, whether it was Britain or France or whatever. The American dream only became the American dream because we took the land from the natives who acquiesced it, and then we enslaved the Black people who did the work. Without that manpower and without that land, we don't have shit. And yet we've never really given anything back to them. I mean, the Native people did get some casinos and a little bit of tribal authority, but for the most part, they have searing alcoholism and drug addiction, and they're trapped, and they've been given a business that hurts their soul in exchange for the land we took, and they've been stifled, and the Black people have never gotten any generational wealth. They got 100 years of Jim Crow and segregation and shit and redlining afterwards, and they're still fucking struggling. And this is separate from, you know, the fucking racism of people coming from the South. I'm just talking about the people that built the foundational economy here in America. America only became a superpower because of those Black people and those Native people. And we got to give them something. We got to do something to reward them. They got to get cut in on the pie in some fucking way, shape, or form, man. Like, I don't know what it is, but they need something. We need to right that wrong because we did that. We became a superpower. We took it all. and we gave them none, okay? And we have to right that wrong, guys. I don't know how, but we got to try something, bro. You know? And I believe in making amends. You make a move, even if it doesn't solve the problem. It's the effort of making the amends. It's the putting yourself out and giving up a little bit to make that amend. And that moves you in the direction of healing. Okay? That's what I believe. Okay? And yes, return some of their land or return some of the profits, right? It's not even about giving black people money. It's returning some of the profits they fucking generated that we stole from them. We stole money from generations of black families in America, and we need to give it back. We need to give some back. And I don't care what they spend it on. I don't care what they do with it. I don't fucking care, man. You can do whatever you want, right? You can buy 1,000 cartons of fucking 1,000,000 cartons of chocolate ice cream or fucking, mint chocolate chip ice cream and fucking throw it at my house. I don't fucking care. I just want to I want to make a move of some type of karmic, like, let's take a karmic debt for that. Dude, Ridge, let's go, boss. Appreciate you. Let's go, baby. Oh, that's what I believe, man. You know what I'm saying? Sue me. Fuck you, Trumpy. Oh, get shit on. Thank you, Ridge. Appreciate you, boss. Let's go. All right. All right, dude, guys, I would love to stay all night, but fuck, I got to go make some videos. It's already 3 a.m. and I went way long and I have a fucking massage appointment tomorrow. So, dude, I do have to jet. I would love to stay all night with you. And one day, guys, in, I don't know, 2 years from now, I'm going to have some editors or an editor, or I'm going to have some help. I'm going to be able to pay some people fucking some fat cash to like make shit happen. So eventually I'm just going to be able to stream and I won't have to worry about staying up all night making the videos, but that could be 2 to 4 years away, boss. And right now I just have to kill myself trying to build this thing, right? But we're building it, dude. We're going to fucking resist, baby. We just keep resisting, okay? Keep resisting, guys. All right. And we're always going to go off on tangents. That's just the way it goes. Those of you who come here to watch politics and you're upset that we flit from topic to topic, hey, that's just how we roll, guys. It's just a part of the deal. Dude, my attention span is about fucking a microsecond. And so I see something in chat and we will go off on a tangent. That's part of the magic, I think. It really is the magic, I think, of this stream is you're not just being proselytized to by some fucking political like person, right? Like we're in this together. You know what I mean? Like we're in here fucking being influenced by each other, right? Would I ever have a guest on? Maybe. I mean, if a guest ever wanted to be on, right? You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm open to anything, but like, so my thing though, Ivan, is I'm not seeking to be a guest. Like I was a one-man indie rock band. So me being just a one-man rambler of talking my shit, I'm good with that. Now, if the universe brings me to where like guests want to be on this show and I meet some guests and I want them to be on the show and we have something to say together, I'm totally open to that. But like, I'm not looking for that, even though it's a growth hack. Like that's really, if I wanted to grow super fast, I would start networking with everybody and trying to join up and do that. But I don't feel like it would be genuine. I would be doing it to network and level up. And I don't want to just do it to network and level up. I'd much rather have it happen organically. Like I just, I like hanging out and fucking talking my steez and exploring, right? Exploring politics. And if that leads to, doing some shit with other people, like if maybe one day me and Kyle Kowinski get to fucking, I think that would be great. I think it would be so fun. There are some people I would love to make content with, but I sort of let that shit happen. Dude, Candace Owens, dude, I'd go talk to Candy O. A little like breaking points, right? You know what I mean? I mean, me and Candy O, can you imagine like fucking like Sager and fucking Crystal Ball, but me and Candace Owens, dude, dude, she'd never go for it. I think I would challenge her too much, but I would do that. Oh shit. I would get in there with one of the fucking crazy ones, dude, right? I mean, cause the thing about her is I respect her media abilities. Okay, dude, her media abilities, like, dude, she's a good wrecking ball. Cause I'm a wrecking ball too. I'm just a left-wing wrecking ball. But Candace Owens is a good wrecking ball, guys. She is. She's a very good wrecking ball. I respect it. And I'm going to help her fucking wreck MAGA, dude. Dude, fuck MAGA. Dude, fuck MAGA, boss. Dude, I would love to do fucking, I would love to make content with Hassan too. Mentioned that Brian was a fan. Yeah, so Brian, like Brian Tyler Cohen, like, I mean, I don't know how if he's a fan of my politics necessarily. I mean, we do agree on a lot of things. Brian Tyler Cohen's a little more mainstream than I am, right? I'm a little more gruff, if you will. But Brian, I think what the thing about me and Brian Tyler Cohen is we have a like sort of a mentor-mentee relationship where we're not like friends. I mean, his door is open. I can go ask Brian anything, but we're not like friends. We're like, it's like Brian is like a YouTube guru and he sees that like, oh, damn, I'm doing something that nobody else is doing. And so I'm going to fucking grow. Like I'm going to be big like Brian Tyler Cohen. And Brian knows that. And he knows what I'm bringing is valuable. So he wants to help me get big like him. And that's the thing with me and Brian. Like it's, you know, and I think there's different kinds of relationships where, cause like the hard thing with me is I'm in my 50s. So me and like 25 or 30-year-olds are not really going to be hanging out because it's a little fatherly, right? There's like an age thing. And I had that with gaming too, right? Where, you know, it's like my age is like, I'm a young 50. So it's a little hard with the way I network because I'm not going to hang out with the 25-year-olds. But a lot of the content creators my age are like more stodgy, like fucking CNN types, you know what I'm saying? And so like that is fucking is like, you know, it's complicated. So I let the universe figure that shit out though. Dude, yeah, dude, the Hassan thing, that dog thing is just really confusing, man. Because I know it was really polarizing, but like I was a little confused because the clip I saw did look like the dog got shocked, right? It looked like it. And I don't want to believe it did, but like, man, it sure looked like it. Like the aggression and the reach across the table and the instant yelp. And then there was like, oh, he hurt his paw, but I didn't see the dog get his paw stuck in anything. And like, okay, the nail got caught on the bed. I don't know. I don't know. I saw that and it was a little unclear to me, boss. That was like, it was just a little confusing where I was like, huh, you know, it like, I was like, did he? You know, did he? I mean, because the thing is, guys, here's the deal. You ready? And this applies to me too. But the thing is, guys, is we all have shit. Okay? We do. We all have shit. Where like we all do shit that is like every one of us has some type of thing that if you discovered it, you'd be like, man, that's a little creepy. Like none of us is immune. We all have some fucking, you know, we all have some fucking weird shit, right? So I guess to me, I was like, you know, I mean, does he? Because guys, it's not uncommon, okay? It's not uncommon if you watch people that fucking have pets. I hate to say this, but like a large number of pet owners use shock collars and use physical like tactics to train their pets or to keep them in line. It's really fucking common, guys. It's like, that's why all dog people are suspect, okay? Because like dogs that's one of the things about dogs. You can abuse the fucking shit out of them and they remain loyal. it's like a lot of dog owners are abusive to their dogs. Like, I think like 70% of dog owners are abusive to their dogs in some way, right? So I put it past no one, you know what I mean? Right? But I also know that, like, he's a very big personality. So if it wasn't that, everyone's going to try and pretend it's that, though, too, because, you know, that when you're big, they always gun after you. So I don't know, man. You know, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But again, you know, I like, you know, I still think 𝗙𝗏 like occupies a very important space in the political fucking, you know, in the political roadmap of America, right? Right? You know what I mean? Like, you know, but it's hard, dude. And we're never going to know, dude. We're never going to know. It's one of those ubiquitous things. But dude, it's time to dance, baby. Dude, trailblaze. Dude, I'm trailblazing. All right? I'm trailblazing, guys. We got this. All right? We got this. Now we're going to dance, dude. Nobody does this either. Dude, is it bad what I said there, though? Is it bad what I said there, that I said all dog owners are abusers? Dude, I mean, I hate to say this, though, guys. The act of training a dog is abuse, okay? If they take their dog and they teach them to be obedient, that dog has gotten abused. That's how they make them obedient. And it's one of the issues I've always had with dogs. If you take your dog to a school and you fucking have the school like train them to be obedient, that dog is being abused, man. It's like part of the training process, right? And dude, I don't like that. That's why I never had a dog, bro. I never wanted a dog. Right? Dude, fuck dogs, bro. Have cats. I have a lizard. I have a leopard gecko. All right, it's time to dance, though. You ready? Let's go, baby. Oh. Stretch. Let's go. Dude, I don't even know what I'm going to make videos about tomorrow. I'm going to have to fucking wing it. We went on so many tangents, but we'll figure it out. You did get offended? All right, sorry, Aussie. Don't mean to offend you. All right, here we go, baby. It's time to dance. Time to get it going. For the thing you get here that you get nowhere else, baby. What is that? You get a little bit of deja vu.
Time with you.
little bit holy, a notion that I will make it out somehow.
Let's go, baby! Dude, I will see you guys. I'm gonna go make some videos, guys. I'll fucking see you tomorrow. Remember, take care of your head, baby. At the end of the day, it's all about that freedom. Good night.
Freedom. Obsessions, always jumping through. I'm so tangled, I'm so worthy. I'm just lost in my reflection. Pay attention.